I'm Christine Robinson, Mayor of West Grey, and welcome to our council meeting, our West Grey Council meeting for December 15th, 2020. We are using both audio and video to conduct this electronic meeting. And it would help if I put my audio on. There you go. This meeting is being recorded and will be posted on our website, www.westgrey.com. Technology for this meeting is being managed by staff. What I ask at this point, please refrain from clicking buttons unless prompted. So before we go any further on our most interesting agenda, I will ask Supervisor Hewlett to walk us through some of the features of this Zoom meeting software. Supervisor Hewlett, please.
Good morning, and thank you, Mayor Robinson. If you get disconnected at any time, you can dial 1-647-558-0588 and enter the meeting ID 836-8146-0258. Both members of council and staff have been briefed on the various features of the Zoom meeting software and will be using the raise their hand function to speak. Members of council will be using the green check mark to vote in favor of a motion and the red X to vote against. Following a vote, each member of council will then be called upon verbally to confirm their vote for the benefit of any guests who have joined us over the phone as opposed to using the online meeting software. For members of the public, if you require any technical assistance throughout the meeting, please send a chat message to myself, Cody Hewlett, Recreation Supervisor, and I will attempt to assist you. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Hewlett. Appreciate all of that information for citizens that are either online or will be calling in. Members of council and citizens, this is our last regular meeting of council. Has been scheduled. Certainly special council meetings are very different. All of our members of council are present, with exception to Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, who has a very early meeting with the Grey County Economic Development Committee. He'll be joining us shortly, and when he arrives, I will have that noted for certain. So that takes care of item 1, call to order. On item number 2, moment of reflection. So members of council and those citizens listening in, please take a quiet moment, please. Thank you. Item number 3, declaration of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof. Members of council, is there anything to declare at this moment? Seeing none. We will now go into item number 5, which is the closed session. Clerk Scharbeck, on the recommendation, would you please read it?
Thank you, through your worship. The recommendation is that the Council of the Municipality of West Grey does now go into a closed session at 9:05 a.m. with the CAO Deputy Clerk, the Director of Finance, Treasurer, for the purpose of addressing matters pertaining to personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees.
Is there a mover for this motion?
Okay.
Councillor Shea, are you moving this motion?
Councillor Shea, I move the motion.
Councillor Townsend, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'm seconding the motion.
Questions on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate with a check mark. Those opposed indicate with an X mark. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of this motion. Councillor Townsend.
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
Councillor Hergert.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Shea.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hutchinson, in favor.
Motion does carry. We will now be proceeding into our in-camera session. Hello, everyone. We've completed our in-camera session under item 5. We're just going to deal with item 6 and then have a small recess. Item 6, matters arising from the closed session. First off, I will say as mayor, the only items that we went in camera for were the only items that were discussed. I want to deal with committee appointment. Clerk Scharbeck, please.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship.
Go ahead.
Okay. There's a recommendation coming out of closed session that Courtney Hunter be appointed to the West Grey Commercial Beautification Committee.
Thank you. Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you moving this motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I move that motion.
Councillor Shay, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Shay, I second the motion.
All those in favor indicate with a check mark. Those not in favor with an X mark. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of this motion. Councillor Townsend,
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
Councillor Hergert,
Counselor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Shay,
Councillor Shay, yes.
Councillor Hamilton,
Counselor Hamilton, yes.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Counselor Hutchison in favor.
Motion carried. We will now take a 5-minute break as a recess, and then we will come back. We will first deal with item 7 and then move through our agenda. So we will come back at 10:17. I will see you all at that point. Thank you. Well, welcome back, everyone. We just had a small recess, and I do note that Deputy Mayor Hutchinson is also present. Just so that I'm certain, members of council, can you provide a check mark on the dashboard to indicate your presence? With a quorum, I will begin the meeting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, we can begin the meeting. So we are now on item 7, which is public meetings. That is an NA for this particular agenda. Item 8, comment period. Supervisor Hewlett, please assist us with going through any member of the public that wishes to speak, either is online, has submitted a document, an email, or submission in our drop-off box. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Any members of the public wishing to speak during this comment period may do so in a variety of ways. The first would be by raising your hand. You can do that by clicking the raise your hand function, usually located in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen if you have joined us online. Alternatively, if you have joined us over the phone, you would press *9 to raise your hand, as well as *9 to lower your hand. The next option to participate, if you would like comments read through staff, would be to send a chat message to myself, Cody Hewlett, Recreation Supervisor. At this time, I did receive one piece of correspondence over email, as well as I have received one message through chat.
Okay, Supervisor Hewlett, could you please go ahead with the email comment, question, and then the chat question, please?
Absolutely. This comes from Elizabeth Marie, and it reads as, I am too late to be placed on the agenda for the discussion above. Indeed, the provincial government has already passed Bill 229, including subsection 8. Nevertheless, I wish to make it known that I support Councillor Hamilton's resolution to repeal subsection 8. I also wish to thank Council for supporting Councillor Hamilton's previous resolution to repeal subsection 6 of Bill 229. Regards, Elizabeth Murray, Ayton, Ontario.
Thank you very much for that comment, and it is so noted. And on the chat,
this chat message comes from Bev Falco. It says, just wanted to indicate my support for the 2 resolutions that Councillor Hamilton is putting forth, one regarding the species at risk and the other regarding proper notice and communication regarding public meetings. Thank you, and I hope this can be read before voting.
so I'm not aware of Clerk Scharbeck of anything on the agenda at this point, but thank you very much for those comments. We do have a public agenda before us. All right, so that is comment period for now. On item 9, this is business arising from the previous meeting. And we will go with item 9, adoption of minutes. 9.1, September 17th, 2020 council. The recommendation, Clerk Sharbeck.
Through you, your worship, the recommendation is the council hereby adopts the council minutes of November 17th as circulated.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you moving this motion?
Yes, good morning. It's Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. I will move the motion.
Councillor Hamilton, are you seconding this motion?
Counselor Hamilton, I second the motion.
Questions, beginning with Councillor Hutchinson.
Yes, it's Councilor Hutchinson. Sorry, you hear me?
Yes, before I call upon you, just one moment. I have been advised, and members of council and those listening in, the adoption of the minutes are for December 17th, 2020. So just draw your attention, and I am going to look at, well, actually, Clerk Sharbeck, I do see the November 17th minutes, and I was thinking that was accurate as I was reading
Yes.
the agenda twice, and I didn't recall the December 17th. So,
Yes, this is correct. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I've got both meetings put together there, but these are just dealing with items from the December 1st agenda. So yes, November 17th is the minutes being adopted by this resolution.
good,
Sorry
so
for
that's
that.
on the floor. No, that's an easy fix. We're dealing with November 17th, 2020. Councillor Hutchinson, please proceed.
Yeah, so just under the 9.3.1, the request for Ontario Limited purchasing municipal land in Newstead. I see it's in our agenda package. I thought we were did we not ask to get more information on that, to look at that in the future?
Point of order
What is your point of order, Councillor?
is actually that we're not on 9.3 yet. We're still up on the minutes. We're
No,
not
we are-
at 9.3. We're up at 9.2. Or sorry, 9.1.1.
Councillor Hutchinson, I
Oh.
just want to confirm, are you referring to the minutes with regard to item number 1, item number 9, or are you now dealing with the item number 9 further down on our agenda?
Yeah, sorry, my mistake. I was thinking that that was part of the minutes, but sorry, the minutes are separate from 9.3. Okay, so yeah, I can wait. Sorry, my
No,
mistake.
that's fine. As you were moving your question along, I was looking through the minutes of December 17th to see how your question applied to those minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll deal with that at a later time.
Sorry,
And
Mayor,
yes.
you're saying December 17th, but you mean November 17th, right?
November 17th, yes.
Right. Okay.
We've got to move off this one really quick. My goodness. We're dealing with the November 17th minutes. Are there any other comments? All right. All those in favor indicate with a check mark, those opposed with an X mark. All right, let's deal with this one. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of this motion. Councillor Townsend,
Councillor Townsend in favor.
Councillor Hergert,
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Shea,
Councillor Shay, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson,
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson in favor.
Councillor Hamilton,
Counselor Hamilton, yes.
and Councillor Hutchinson.
Councilor Hutchinson in favor.
That motion does carry. So I can turn the page on that agenda. We are now dealing with item 9.2. This is committee and local board minutes and reports. 9.2.1 is the November 12th, 2020 West Grey Accessibility Advisory Committee. Item 9.2.2, November 15th, 2020 Saugeen Municipal Airport Commission. Clerk Sharbeck, could you please read the recommendation?
Through your worship, the recommendation is that minutes and reports not otherwise dealt with are hereby received.
Is there a mover for this motion? I'm looking for check marks. Councillor Townsend, are you moving this motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'm moving the motion.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
Counselor Hutchison seconds the motion.
There are two minutes before us. Questions? Councillor Hergert.
Yes, thank you. On page 23 is 9.2.2, November 15th, Soggy Municipal Airport minutes. On note and a continuous problem has been action item update from minutes. And I read here that Dave Hawking informed the commission that it is the policy of Hanover that minutes be submitted to council as soon as possible following the date of the meeting. The chair asked the recording secretary to ensure the draft minutes are so marked, and she noted the minutes of commission meetings contain a footer on each page noting that minutes are considered to be in draft until signed by the chair and the recording secretary. So I bring this up because this has been a continuous problem. And furthermore, these minutes are not signed, so I'm presuming they're draft, but this is a problem at this organization, and it's been an ongoing problem. So I just highlight it, to our deputy mayor that you just keep your eye on it, because this was one of the issues that I tried to bring forward several times, and now it's actually Town of Hanover complaining about it. So hopefully we can get some good minutes forwarded, final, not draft minutes. Thank you.
I'm going to go to our deputy mayor, who is the representative on the Soggy Municipal Airport Commission. I do know that the process for the minutes has been clarified. I also note that there was that comment within the minutes. Do you have anything to say at this point, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. This is Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. And yes, I can assure everyone that the problem, it is not an actual problem. We are streamlining it, and by January, we will have the draft minutes posted immediately as per the request from Hanover. We've all discussed it wholesome, and we will be seeing an improvement there. It's an ongoing thing, but we certainly do have a pathway forward. Thank you.
I do know that at the meeting that I think it was at the meeting that I was at when we first had the change of representation. So I went there to represent West Grey Council and the citizens of West Grey. And the discussion was that there would be a consistent process in place. So if there is just that transition time and the improvement is for January, that's just fine. Okay, any other questions? Councillor Shea.
Councillor Shea, I just wanted to note that the West Grey Local Accessibility Advisory Committee minutes are indicated as draft. They are actually approved. That was a typo. I think I made the same mistake last month. I'll get it right. I'm the secretary for that committee.
Yes.
And I'll also note that in the minutes, there was a recommendation that West Grey be notified about a concern that the committee had about if there is the new local bus route, if there is one disabled or parking spot near the bus, like for the credit union, for example, that spot might be taken up all day by someone who is left to go on a trip. And so I just wanted to bring to the attention of Public Works that we might want to seek putting a second handicap parking spot in the vicinity. Thank you.
Thank you. That's great. And we'll have that conveyed to the county as well. I think that open communication is absolutely necessary. And I applaud you, Councillor Shea, for doing the minutes for the West Grey Accessibility Advisory Committee. Certainly there's a learning curve on anything. And so from draft to approved minutes, that's just fine. So thank you very much. I'm not seeing any other questions. We seem to have our process in place for minutes. Quite well, and I applaud all members of council for that. On the question on the motion, all those in favor indicate with a check mark, those opposed with an X mark. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of this motion. Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hutchison in favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson in favor.
Councillor Shea.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Councillor Hergert.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Councillor Townsend in favor.
Motion carried. If you could please clear your dashboard. We are now on item 9.3, miscellaneous correspondence, dealing with item 9.3.1, items requiring action. 9.3.1.1. Request from 501-5685 Ontario Limited to purchase municipal property 386 John Street. Clerk Scharbeck.
Through you, Your Worship. Generally, when items are coming in requiring action, a report is requested. So as with our other requests to purchase lands, I would recommend that this particular request be investigated and a report back for council's consideration.
Clerk Scharbeck, are you requesting that this be in the form of a motion that will turn to a resolution? Or is this something through practice that staff direction? Just looking for some information on that, please.
Through you, Your Worship, I think staff direction is very clear on that.
Okay, so I do say, so staff direction for addressing this matter, but I do see a hand up for Councillor Hutchinson.
Yes, Councillor Hutchison. Yeah, that was my point that
Yeah.
I thought that I'd like to see a report on this because we have had discussion on this property before and how it may be used in the future for West Grey. So I would like to see a report on that so we can have a further discussion.
Yeah, and that has been our practice when we receive requests of this nature. All right, I'm not seeing anybody indicating an opposition, so I'm looking at a consensus perhaps. But as soon as I finish a sentence, Councillor Hamilton, please proceed.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Robinson. I fully support that. I would just ask that it be a written report, please, from staff when it comes to council. Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you.
Of course. And I have to say that those reports are absolutely necessary to be written. This is why we have written agendas so that not only our council, but our citizens and staff know what items that we are addressing. All right, the transparency is extremely important. Okay, 9.3.2 items for information. Now we do have 3 items before us, and that is the Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority and Nuclear Waste Management Organization, RE, new water and well improvement program to protect groundwater quality. That's item 9.3.2.1. We also have Jeff Yurick, who's the Minister of the Environment, Conservation and Parks. Thank you, Relitter and Waste Reduction. That is 9.3.2.2. Lee Papineau, thank you, Relitter and Waste Reduction, and that falls under item number 9.3.2.3. Clerk Scharbeck, could you please read the recommendation?
Through you, Your Worship, the recommendation is that all correspondence items not otherwise dealt with are hereby received.
Thank you. I'm looking for a mover and a seconder for this motion, and then I will take questions. Councillor Hamilton, are you moving this motion?
Councillor Hamilton, I'll move the motion.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Hutchison seconds the motion.
Thank you for both. Now questions. Councillor Hergert.
Yes, I was hoping that the nuclear waste management and the well protection, basically closing off of former wells, would be advertised through our media outlets and channels as well. I think it's something very important that we ensure groundwater quality. And this is a program in which individuals would be able to access money and resources, knowledge even, about closing off a well and keeping that groundwater safe. So I'm hopeful that we would be able to circulate that media release from Saugeen Valley and the nuclear waste management to our residents and constituents.
Madam CAO, could you just comment on that, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to Councillor Hergert. Thank you for that request, Councillor. We do share the correspondence from our partners through our social media channels, and this is an opportunity for me to put a plug out there to please follow us on Facebook and Twitter and watch our website because we will be sharing this information.
Thank you very much for that. And that certainly gave me an opportunity to call up information that I have with regard to the water well improvement program. I, as well as the Deputy Mayor, serve on the Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority Board of Directors. So with regard to this, the SVCA and Nuclear Waste Management Organization are now partnering to offer a well water improvement program, which will financially support landowners in their efforts to protect groundwater within the Saugeen Valley jurisdiction. In Ontario, if a well is not being used or maintained for a future use, then the owner is legally required to plug or seal the well. Decommissioning or upgrading such wells will reduce the risk of contamination to local aquifers and surface water and drinking water sources. Damaged or poorly maintained drinking water wells must be maintained to prevent groundwater contamination, as they also pose a threat to personal or public health. So landowners can obtain funding up to $2,000 to properly decommission a water well, or up to $1,000 to upgrade a well, depending on its location. Details about the program can be directly obtained through the Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority website. And I just wanted to provide that summary. This was a great opportunity to get that information out, and certainly being a partner with the Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority and having the media release and any additional information on our website would certainly be helpful. Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, do you have anything further that you wish to speak to, as you are also an appointed member?
No, I think you've covered it all. Thank you very much, Mayor Robinson. I'm just having a little technical difficulty. So I'll be signed right back in with you. Thank you.
Okay. Yep, watch for your broadband, certainly. Councillor Hutchinson?
My comment has to do with the letter, which is next from our Minister Urick.
Okay, this is also the appropriate time because we're dealing with the items as one motion. So please go ahead.
Right. So just a reminder that I would like to make sure staff add to our calendar the May 11th, the 2021 Day of Action, and really promote West Grey cleanup. It's a Tuesday, and I know we always do some form of West Grey cleanup, but I've been thinking maybe even that week would be a good week to put it out there and really push for roadside pickup in particular, or park cleanup and that type of thing. So just a mention of that. I think it's a very important time of year.
Thank you, Councillor Hutchinson. Very important. It's my understanding through staff that the calendar, our community calendar, does reflect that. We have ongoing street cleanups all the time, and certainly look to our volunteers in our community to continue that tradition, quite frankly. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone else.
Can I just add to that?
For
Sorry,
sure.
just a shout out to Mrs. Noon, who our staff member, who has sort of helped spearhead that. I think we've even given out orange garbage bags to residents to help with that. So she's done a good job in the past, and hopefully she'd still be available to do that in the future if she's still around.
Thank you very much for that lovely shout out to a staff member. I'm not seeing any other comments. So with that, I will call the question on it. All those in favor indicate with a check mark. Those opposed with an X mark. Councillor Townsend, excuse me, Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of this motion. Councillor Townsend, please.
Councillor Townsend in favor.
Councillor Hergert.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Shea.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Now Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hutchinson in favor.
The motion does carry. Thank you. We are now dealing with staff reports. One moment. One moment, please. Staff report under 9.4, 9.4.1, Recreation Supervisor, 9.4.1.1. Community Beautification Committee, in brackets CBC, end of bracket, request for budget allocation. Supervisor Hewlett, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and Council. You will see the report in front of you, essentially with the request for a $9,000 budget allocation before the budget cycle, just in order to process and purchase flowers for the upcoming year, just as the current growing season and our providers need a commitment before the budget cycle.
Thank you. Clerk Sherbeck, could you please read the motion or the recommendation at hand?
Through you, Your Worship, the recommendation is that council approves allocating $9,000 to meet the deadline to place an order for flowers for the 2021 Urban Flower Program.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Herger? Oh, that's a question. Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hamilton?
Councillor Hamilton, I move the motion.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, did I see an indication of a seconder?
This is Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. Yes, I will second that motion.
Okay, thank you. Questions now, Councillor Herger.
Thank you. I am not in support of approving things one off at a time. I believe that we really need to do the budget earlier in the year so that we can get to all of these items. I appreciate the timeliness of this though, and it comes up every year. It's got to be done by January. So, you know, I respect that a lot of our constituents this year have stepped up and made comment about our parks and our beautiful flowers and so on. And so this one time on a one-off thing, sure, but it's only because of its timeliness. I would recommend that we start the budget sooner though next year. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I do know this has been a request through the our committee, which is our Community Beautification Committee. The idea is that they wanted to have the approval from this council in order to place the order for flowers. And I think the insight and the recommendation from the committee is certainly worthwhile. Is that correct, Supervisor Hewlett?
Yes, that is exactly
Anything
correct.
in addition?
No.
Okay. Councillor Townsend?
Yes, thank you very much. I'm in favor of the concept of it. I just want to make sure the wording's right, because the 9,000 would actually constitute part of CBC's budget, and I don't think it says
That's right.
that.
Yeah, it's definitely part of the budget. It's not the entire budget. It's just that portion of it.
That's correct.
Supervisor Hewlett, for clarity purposes, or then Madam CAO, but first Supervisor Hewlett.
Yes, I can let council know that in the standard budget process, there will be a request for the budget to extend to previous year's budgets of the full allocation as opposed to the COVID budget that we had this past year. So that $9,000 will just be specifically for purchasing flowers for this year. There will be other allocations above and beyond that for the rest of the commercial beautification program.
Thank you for that clarity. Madam CAO, anything in it? No, you're fine. Councillor Townsend?
Yes, I understood that from the from your report,
Yeah.
Supervisor. So I was fine with that. It was more the motion just says to approve $9,000. It doesn't say approve $9,000 from the CBC budget, and that's what I was concerned about, to make sure it's clear that it is part of the budget approval. We're just doing a portion of it earlier.
Okay. So, Madam Clerk, with the addition of that, just for the clarity, I see where Councillor Townsend is going on that. And I'm just suggesting procedurally, any issue on that, and I would just look for an as amended. Yep, good. Okay, so with that, I look to Councillor Hamilton. Do you see the utility in that, and are you okay with it?
I think so, Mayor Robinson. Perhaps that rewording could be read aloud, please. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. All right. First of all, Madam CIO, you now wish to address something.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And I understand where Councillor Councillor Townsend's comments are coming from. What would actually happen is if council approves this $9,000, then through the budget process, the treasurer would show that the entire budget ask of $25,000 would be reduced to now I need to do some math, but it would be reduced by $9,000 because that has already been allocated. The CBC budget, as Mr. Hewlett noted, had it was one of the budgets this year that had the COVID impact. So the committee's requesting a return to the 25,000, but that doesn't mean council will that's a decision council will have to make if they want to approve the balance of the $25,000. So this 9,000, we could amend it to say council approves allocating $9,000 of the CBC budget, but we really haven't set the CBC budget for 2021 yet. So that is why the recommendation is coming to as it is. We just want to be able to place a flower order to coincide with what we purchased in 2019.
Okay, thank you. And I recognize there was thought put into the actual motion at hand for that, and it would be 16,000 balance on that.
Thank you.
That's just fine. So Councillor Townsend, what I'm hearing from staff is that that's where it would be identified, and it's best to leave the motion at hand. Okay, and as that is where we're at, I'm not seeing any other questions. So I am going to call the question. All those in favor indicate with a check mark. Those opposed with an X mark. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of this motion. Councillor Townsend.
Councillor Townsend in favor.
Councillor Hergert.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Shea.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hutchison in favor.
Motion carried. Okay. So that is really great. So now we are going on to 9 point, let's see, we've done with the Community Beautification Committee. We are now on 9.4.2. And this is the clerk's report, 9.4.2.1, draft community grant policy. I was very pleased to see this one on the agenda. Very interesting read. With that, Clerk Sharbeck, could you please read the recommendation at hand? And then I would ask for a most interesting presentation.
Through you, Your Worship, the recommendation is that the Council of the Municipality of West Grey receives the report, draft community grant policy, and that education for members of the public regarding the grant policy be provided throughout 2021, and that a bylaw to adopt the policy be brought forward to a future meeting for approval.
All right, is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hamilton, are you moving this motion?
Councillor Hamilton, I move the motion.
Councillor Hergert, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Now, Clerk Sharbeck, could you please walk us through your most interesting report?
Sure, through you, Your Worship. This is bringing forward a draft policy for Council's consideration. There's a few things to think about before we finalize the policy. Generally, 2021, it's going to take that full year that even if this policy is adopted by bylaw, which it will need to be before we're promoting it, 2021 will be the year to promote that policy in the community and make sure we reach out to our user groups and groups that have traditionally received grants or perhaps grants in lieu of cash throughout previous years, and make sure they're aware of it. Quite often, the first year that a community grant policy is in place, people don't realize and they don't ask soon enough and they don't get their form filled out and into the treasurer in time. So if 2021 is considered an educational year and council perhaps uses this as the foundation to set a grant amount in the budget, then it can be allocated throughout the year as usual. And for those groups that aren't aware of the program, when they put in their request, which might be a letter instead of a grant request, then we can advise them of the program, help them work through the application process, but it doesn't throw them off for their request that time. And then moving forward in 2022, its requests are through the grant program. And that's it. right? Because the promotion and the education piece would have been done, and that full year of, oh, oops, I didn't know. They're all settled, and we've put some time into educating our user groups and the public about the program. So what the program does is it allows a set amount to be set in the budget, and that would be council's determination, whether that's $10,000 or $110,000. And that is what's used for grant requests. So every request would be taken from that pot of money. When in 2022, when we have an opportunity to look at all the requests at once, I would suggest that if we need to have a plan for if the requests add up to more than the amount council has put in the budget, how are we proceeding? First come, first serve, or does everybody get 80% of their request? Whatever the plan is, as long as it's fair for all. And I would think if the budget allocation is 80% of the grant requests, then a fair way to do it is every requester gets 80% of their request. And that way everybody gets something across the board. It also allows applicants to go through a process that it shows council that they're using these funds for the community, and they report back on how they've used them, so that council has, there's a little bit more accountability with the grants. And the community grant program also allows for requests for reduced rates or free use of municipal facilities. So if the municipal facility, if a group wanted free use of the hall, they can certainly contact staff, and I know Cody would be very glad to help them through finding what amount they're actually asking for. And that's the amount that the group would get the facility for free, but in our paperwork, it would show as a donation from that community grant program to the group. So we could have a journal entry indicating that funds went from this budget item to the recreation facility rental budget. And it keeps everything much more accountable, and you know exactly, you know what's going out as well as what's come in. So it just makes it a little bit more level playing field for everybody who's making requests. And it also makes it clear that there's parameters. If you're asking council for tax dollars, you need to be able to demonstrate to council that it is a benefit to the community, and it's not your what you look to as your guaranteed operating funds. It's for something special, or perhaps a startup fund. So it puts a little bit more accountability with that. It also allows council to get through a meeting without a request for something. Everything's dealt with as a whole, and there would be very few requests that would land outside of the process once we get to 2022. And it certainly keeps the decision-making fair.
Well, thank you very much for that detailed presentation. And I just want to say the presentation was really great, as well as the report. You have generated at least 3 questions at this point, beginning with Councillor Hutchinson.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Hutchinson here. Thank you for the report, Clerk Charbak. I think it's something that we've been looking forward to in the future. In the past, we've had issues with people coming and wanting free rentals and so on. So I think this covers that. I do have a couple of concerns. One being that, I think it's important to educate people and set that deadline for September 30th for next year to have applications apply. But I'm concerned that this year, coming through COVID, and people not really having an opportunity to fundraise and so on, that I think there's going to be a lot of groups out there that may be looking for money. So I'm suggesting that in our budget discussions that maybe we look at some status quo, or we reach out to some of the groups this year, because this isn't going to take place until 2022. So that would be one of my concerns with it. But I like the overall package, and I think it will help us in dealing with some of the groups coming forward. One other question I had was had to do with exclusions, And I have a little concern in that I think I would like to see us, this is under exclusions, number 9, particular number 9.3.4. When you have individual athletes or teams sometimes come to us, and we've done this in the past, subsidize them or help them with travel expenses, whatever, if they're representing our province or even our nation. We have had athletes that have gone on to do that. I think it's important that we look at that, and it's just a kind gesture to be able to support them when they get to be an elite athlete. So that's one that I would maybe have like further discussion on. But otherwise, I'm quite pleased, and I think it's a good package. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that, and really appreciate all of those comments. Clerk Sharpak, did you wish to comment on any of the insightful dialogue that our councillor had?
Yes, thank you for just bringing up that point, Councillor Hutchinson. I do want to be clear that once the bylaw to adopt this policy, once we have it fine-tuned, and I am looking for feedback, if there's anything you don't like in this, we need to sort that before it comes back with a bylaw. But I would like it in place for the beginning of 2021. And we will be using it, but there won't be a hard answer, no, you missed the deadline to apply for a grant. It will be, we're using it, but with a soft implementation, I would say. So council can still set that amount in the budget for 2021. It's just that if you got a request in October, in 2021, it might be the year I'm suggesting to accept those requests, those latecomers, and not have the hard fast. But it would be when they sent their letter, their response would be, if it's council's wish to provide funds to them or waive fees, yes, we can do this time, but moving forward, it will only be addressed through our community grant program. Here's the information for you for next year.
Right.
So start right away, and yes, included in the budget discussions as an amount that overall in 2021, what is the amount that council wants to provide for community grants? Just not the hard no in 2021 for the deadlines. Use it as an education year and a soft implementation. But when we hit 2022, it's just as it's set out, get your application in.
Right.
Councillor
Yeah,
Hutchins?
right. And I think the main point there is just to really educate people and get the word out that we're making changes. And yeah, I'm pleased to see that we would hopefully support some groups this coming year, because I think it is going to be a difficult year. But we look at making some changes for 2022. So that's great. Thank you.
Communication is key, no matter what we're doing here as a council or a municipality. It's communicating the message and also receiving feedback. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. A couple of comments. First of all, thank you for the report. I think it's excellent that we actually bring some structure to the process. And in general, I do like the policy you put out. I do have a couple of questions and maybe even a suggestion or two, but hopefully it won't take long. The first one is, I like the idea that you're talking about community special events, and it really helps them, believe it or not, to know this process is there to do better planning rather than last minute. How am I going to fund it? Can I fund it? What's it going to mean? Is it important? All that thinking process will go through the application, fill out, so they will actually have their answers before they ask for money. So I think that's very important. The other thing is, I noticed when you talk about grant types and you can do in kind, etc., I'm thinking that an organization should probably only request and potentially receive one grant per year. That isn't clear in the policy, at least if it was. Sorry, I missed it. And if I did, I apologize for that. But also, it doesn't matter whether it's in kind or dollars. It hopefully would just be combined. But if you do dollars for one and in kind for the other, that's the other aspect, if you will, about two potential requests, if that's not seen as one. The other one was the qualification. If we get 20 and we can only afford 10, right? And when you try to water it down, it almost becomes meaningless for some of the small ones. We may want to look at a process that says you can only apply, twice in a 3-year period. You've got to take a rest. something like that, so that it isn't always the same event every year. And we also mean that that's encouraging them to look for other sources than just the municipality for money. And I think that's an important component here. It isn't just coming to council and the municipality as your sole source provider, if you can avoid it. And maybe that will help. My last comment has to do with the reference to operate as a not-for-profit. I'm assuming we do not mean that you have to be a registered not-for-profit. It just means you're not keeping the profit. You're actually dispersing it all for the event. Can we confirm that's true? And that's why you use the word operate.
Please
Yes,
go ahead, Clerk Sherbeck.
through you, Your Worship.
Thank you.
That's a very good clarification point, Councillor Townsend. Yes, operating as a not-for-profit. This isn't a community grant program for somebody having a stag and doe where they're going to be pocketing money for their own personal gain or for a business profit. It is, they don't have to be a registered charity or a registered not-for-profit organization, but a community group that is putting money back into our community, I think is very clearly eligible, was the intent of that.
Right. I just wanted that to be clear to anyone who's listening or people that come in afterwards and through our communication to make sure it's clear that that's the definition and what that means rather than you have to be registered. So
Very
thank
good.
you.
You had a lot of comments there, and thank you very much for that. Clerk Sherbeck, was there anything further that you wanted to respond to with respect to Councillor Townsend's dialogue?
I thought that it was in here that they could only apply once per
Yes.
year, but now I'm not seeing where that is. So I will look at that, Councillor Townsend, because that was the intent. And some organizations may have 3 different requests throughout the year, usually, perhaps for the use of a facility without fees. And I would ask that they all be on the same application. So by 2022, this is how you get funds or in-kind donations from council. List all 3 events on one application because we're only receiving them until the deadline.
Right.
For council's consideration. So if, let me read through this and just make sure that that is clear, because I don't see it right this second, but
Isn't that
I
always
was
the
thinking
case?
that, but
Yeah. No, and I.
so yes, I want that clear in here as well.
Yes, we'll look to you to reference back. I'm
Yeah.
certain I read reference to that, but again, as I'm sharing, I'm keeping one eye on the report, but as we move through the dialogue, so I'll look to you, Clerk Sherbeck, just to
Yes,
confirm
let me
that
just
for
double
all of
check that
council.
that's clear.
10.1.
Go ahead.
10.1.
Oh, okay, there we go.
I just
2.1.
found it as well, sorry. And at the same time, I did find one additional comment, and that is where you say that the grant should not be provided to fund projects on property held by private landowners.
Yeah.
And I guess I'm wondering if someone donates the ability or agrees to have a community event on their land because it's a conflict elsewhere and they can't do it elsewhere, does that mean they cannot do that? They have to reschedule?
Was that the intent of the section, or Clerk Sherbeck, could you just provide the clarity on that?
The intent of that was that it is a community grant program. It is tax dollars. And if there are events happening on private lands, they're generally not community events. They're generally for profit or private. So there are some liability issues if we get involved with things happening on private lands as well. And contributing funds would have a smack dab involved, actually. So the intent was that if somebody was having a large event on municipal lands, then council would consider that benefit to the community. If there was, there's always room for exceptions. If something extraordinary happened, I guess it would be for council's consideration at that time. But generally speaking, it's not for a private petting zoo to get started, or a concert where you have to pay a fee to get in and it's on somebody's private land.
Okay.
The intent is to have the community focus, but there is always room for extraordinary events to come about and be one-off requests to council.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. That was all my comments. Thank you.
Very good. Really enjoying this discussion. Now moving on to Councillor Shea.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a number of comments, mostly at a higher level, but a couple of detailed ones. The first one is I've heard reference to the idea that these should not be ongoing or annual support of regular operations of these recipients. And I think about an example like the food bank, which is one of the groups that we support. And I don't know why we wouldn't want that support to be ongoing and regular. It's not like the food bank is dependent on West Grey. It's not like they have given up on fundraising and rely solely on West Grey for their operations. It's a very worthwhile local cause that fundraises, I would say, aggressively and successfully within the community. And West Grey is just one of the forms of supports that it gets. So I don't think we should have a general belief that things should not be, things that are ongoing and annual are unduly reliant on the municipality.
I wonder, Councillor, could I just invite Councillor Sharback to respond to that one?
Sure, Councillor Sharback.
Oh, oh my gosh. Thank you for point so noted. Clerk Sharback, sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Shea. That's a good point. And the intent was not to have a request every year. Some of the organizations will be making requests every single year, but their whole operation isn't dependent on this.
Mhm.
They've got other things going on as well, and they're making efforts to get funds otherwhere or from other sources. The food bank is quite a bit different because there's no end to what they need for operating. It will never be enough to satisfy them, no matter how much fundraising they do. But I think it will be the same groups every year, our same community groups asking for funds, but they need to demonstrate to council that through this process, this isn't the same old easy money, that they are doing the best they can. They're perhaps not using this to pay somebody's wages and counting on it as operating expenses for something like that. So it's not that they can't ask every year. It's just, it shouldn't be their operating expense, the only funds they have, keeping them going and counting on it, because it is at council's discretion.
So
I'll try to clean that up in the wording a little bit and make sure it's
good.
It's not sounding so closed door.
Thank you, Clerk Sharback. Now, Councillor Shea, please continue.
Yes, so as a second point is the majority of the grants that we give are $500 or less. And the amount of work that we're expecting applicants to go through to get one of these grants, the amount of work that we're asking them to do will probably exceed that value in terms of if you look at the number of person hours that goes into preparing the application, all the supporting documents, doing annual reports, follow up in the following year. And I'm not certain if we have the right amount of demand on those applicants. We're now going to add use of community resources in for free as a possible form of grant support. So that's going to be somebody saying, can I have the town hall and have the the $50 fee waived? So these are going to be $50 requests that require that they have an annual report due in the year after the grant is received. And I just don't think it's the right balance. I will point out that while the majority of the grants that we give out are for $500 or less, in 2019, our community grant budget was $34,800. 25,000 of that went to the Health Foundation. So I don't think it's appropriate for us to be counting those grants in the same bucket as small groups that are coming and asking for $250 for a Christmas parade, and expecting them to go through the same process of requesting that support. So if you wanted to say that the Healthcare Foundation had to go through that application, demonstrate the benefit to the community, and provide annual reports, I would be fine with that. But there's no way I want to ask the firefighters to go through that much work to get $250 to help put on the Christmas parade. That's just a comment. If I have others, but I'm happy to hear your reply.
Well, thank you for that comment. Very insightful. And Clerk Sharbeck, your comment, please.
Just one suggestion, and I have put some parameters on this elsewhere that one option council may look at, however you land on the final version of this or any version. An option is to have a very brief application and very brief follow-up letter. At the very least, they should say, thank you, we used all the funds.
Yeah.
For perhaps a $500 and less applications. And if it's over $500, the more extensive fulsome, or perhaps there's a $1,000 limit on the donation. But as you say, if the majority are less than $500, perhaps we could have an abbreviated version of the request. So at least council can consider them all at once. But they probably, if they're requesting a $50 fee be waived, they probably don't have a budget to provide you with, or an annual budget or financial documents, a whole lot. But they should be able to provide you a bit of information, what they're asking for, what they're going to use it for, and how is this benefiting the community and a good use of tax dollars. Yeah. So that's that abbreviated, quick and easy application and follow-up for less than $500 is an option too.
That's what I would be looking for. And I have noted that other municipalities have tiered application processes. Yes. For either a $500 or $1,000 cutoff. I think this should be this item's relationship to our budget, I think, should be more general. I think we at budget time should say, we contributed, let's take healthcare out. We contributed $14,000 to community groups last year. We're seeing increased demand. I'd like to see that increase to $15,000 this year. And I don't think we should be going through and saying yes to the Christmas parade, no to the plow match. Like, I don't think we should be doing that level of decision making at budget time. No. I think we should decide on an overall item.
Yes.
Okay.
That's exactly the intent. Is budget sets an amount, or sorry, council sets an amount through the budget that the community grant program uses. But each individual application, council would have to approve that, but they would be summarized and brought forward by the treasurer. So they don't have to go through the application.
Okay.
And that summary amount, I guess it is the budget approval. Yes, I would agree that it's the one lump sum is the budget process.
Okay. I also noticed that we stopped talking about them as grants and talk about them as donations when we're talking about schools. I think that's probably just a typo. But I would exclude schools and tourism from this fund. Those are not unworthwhile enterprises, but I don't think they are at the core of what a community grant fund is about. If schools need support from the municipality, I think they should come and we should have that discussion. But this is going to be a very competitive fund. It's going to be cash strapped all the time, and tourism and schools, I think, we should be left up to the side.
Mm-hmm. So Clerk Sharbeck, did you note where the word changes from grant to donation? Well, we'll just leave that with you to review it. I know this potentially will be coming back, obviously, as a bylaw. Anything further, Councillor Shapley?
Finally, yes.
For sure.
As I said, that I think there's too much paperwork being put on the applicant. I think there's also way too much paperwork being put on the organization. According to this, the application for $250 will first be reviewed by the Director of Finance. And I think that's way below her pay scale. I think she's way too busy and doesn't need to be doing this. It will then be moved over to the department head to review. It will then come to be considered during budget, and then it will go to council, where every councillor will fill out a scoring matrix for every application. This just seems like a way too intensive administrative weight for the municipality to bear. I would be comfortable, for example, with saying we're going to give $14,000 to grants to organizations, a committee made up of the manager of recreation and, you know, 2 citizens, or the manager of recreation and 2 other staff members will make the decisions on which ones should get it and how. I don't think we need to be bogging down the whole process in the detail. So that's the end of my comments. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for all of those comments. And this certainly is the time where all of council can provide feedback to a draft policy, for sure. Clerk Scharbeck, on Councillor Shay's most recent point, please.
Yes, I think who gets what of tax dollars is very definitely a political decision, and staff wouldn't be able to do that without direction from, we don't do it now. We bring a resolution. You just see them one at a time, one after another at a time. So that wouldn't be within staff's authority.
Federal and provincial grants are typically not given out with political interference. They're typically done by citizen groups or staff consulting with neutral third-party advisors. But usually politicians don't get involved in the grant deciding at the federal and provincial level. So I think we need to sort of rethink that assumption, perhaps. Thank you.
Okay, well, there's time for that process. Certainly, I do see Councillor Hamilton's hand up at this point.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Thanks for the conversation. And thank you, Clerk Scharbeck, for bringing this forward. I really like this idea of having a standardized process that's transparent, that's well communicated to the community. It makes a lot of sense. I appreciate the conversation, the direction we're heading, having that tiered system. Like if you're asking for more money, there'd be a bit more involved, and lesser money, less involved. That makes a lot of sense too. So I'm on board so far, Clerk Scharbeck. So thanks so much for bringing this forward. I just had a couple ideas. One was looking at the matrix, the last part of the document. I wondered if criteria number 2 could be aligned with the categories for funding, for example. So I just note in category number 2, it speaks to access to arts, culture, environment, heritage, recreation, etc. If maybe that would make sense to align that with categories of funding. So for example, in categories of funding, I don't see the mention of environment, or I just thought maybe there's an opportunity there to have those the same. So I was looking for your feedback about that.
Okay, Clerk Scharbeck.
I would say that the evaluating criteria are for regardless of what category the funding is for. So some of them will have 0 points that are related to arts and culture, right? Mm-hmm. And that's just how they add up. And some of them, they will have full points for arts and culture. It depends on the application. So it just is a general scorecard. And if they have an opportunity to get 5 points for arts and culture, it's a way of measuring community benefit. It's a very difficult thing to measure. So at least looking at this, is the thought has been given. Is this an item that you think has a positive impact on the community. And it definitely gets more points because it provides access to the arts. It would,
Oh,
Okay.
okay. Yeah.
regardless of what, if it's a community beautification or a special event, it would still have the same scorecard to sort of evaluate how do we look at this? How do we see it? And give a full look at the request, the intent.
Okay. And then I wondered too, for number 3, for the criteria, it speaks, will it contribute to the economic prosperity of West Grey or promote civic pride? I thought maybe there's an opportunity there instead to have it that aligning with our pillars of our strategic plan, like vibrant community, stewards of the environment, celebrate West Grey, cultural hub. I don't know. I just thought that was an opportunity to align it with our strategic plan in that scorecard, instead of focusing on economic prosperity and civic pride.
Great idea.
Okay. And then I think my last thought would be, depending on how they report out at the end of these grants, could that be consolidated in the annual report as like a celebration? So it would be an annual report tying together just highlights from how the grants were used in the community and what successes we had. If that could be part of the process as well. In not a way that would load staff down at all, but just kind of highlight the special things that happen in West Grey because of this seed money. Thank you.
Sherbach, any comments?
Actually, just let me write that down. Thank you, through you, Your Worship. Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. I'm just wondering if with the reporting out, you mean like just a year end, hey, council set aside $20,000 in their budget for a community grant program. And here are the good things that happened with that program in our community. That kind of a bit of a summary. And I don't think that'll be too cumbersome. It won't be a terribly elaborate report, but possibly some pictures and some quotes from the reports back we get from our groups that got the grants.
Exactly.
Or pictures from their events. Something that we can link to on our website would be a really good news story. Thank you.
Yes,
And
thank you for that.
perhaps, and perhaps a tie into our year in review as well. So great suggestions. I know our clerk has been taking notes, and I certainly have been enjoying this dialogue and moving this initiative forward. I do see, Councillor Hamilton, yes, you have completed your questions and comments. Councillor Hergert.
Yes, thank you. Just of note, in 2020, as the year unfolded for COVID, we decided to take the grants in a different direction, and we split that money between the hospital and the food bank. I wouldn't be opposed, and we can talk about that during budget, but I wouldn't be opposed to doing that in 2021 because it looks like this is more than just a 1 year of COVID, right? So if we think about, will organizations be trying to host events next year? Maybe not, right? Maybe the need is greater, and we can discuss that later. But I just wanted to, just kind of review what we did with the money this year. Metrics, that's the story of how much money we put in and what good things came out. So obviously, I think that's important for council to know how successful it was again, and whether or not, the next budget cycle comes around and we need more money, or we don't want to do that, or, we can see the use of the money and the use of the resources. So I think that's important. A transition year. I almost feel like 2021 should be that year of transition where we notify the people that we've ever donated to through these grants before and advise them, the education piece. But I almost feel like that's this year, right? We're changing the process completely. We want to have good uptake on it. We want to really get the stories for all the money that we are donating back to the community. So I think maybe 2021 will be a transition year, but we can decide that at budget time as a council. Also, to Councillor Hutchison, I believe he had brought up the point about individuals being excluded. We have some stellar people in our community, and if they decide that there's some national or international program that would draw attention back to West Grey is, you know, we were big supporters and we help encourage people to do all these fantastic things. I would like to see that individuals are included. So if we could just take out individuals in that one line about individuals and businesses, I'd be satisfied there. If it was a business, maybe would we say that we have a different program, you know, through the community improvement, you know, divert them to the right path that we have resources there.
Yes.
To the point of maybe 2 of 3 years, I believe Councillor Townsend had brought that up. I think that's actually a very good point. We talk about viability of organizations. We don't want people necessarily to rely on this. I can appreciate Councillor Shea's comment about the food bank. That's unprecedented need, you know, last year, this year, next year, and to Councillor or to Clerk Scharbeck there, it is a need that will never be satisfied. So, you know, could there be some parameters around community organizations that are operating as not-for-profit that they would be allowed to apply 2 out of 3 years? And that ensures their viability as well, that they are stable with their own budgets and so on. I just think that this 2021 should be a year of transition where we let everyone know our change and our procedure, you know, our process about how to do this. We've taken the time, and thank you very much, Clerk Scharbeck. This is a very good report. You've taken exactly what council asked and formalized it. So I do appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just have one comment.
Clerk Scharbeck, please.
To your worship. Thank you, Councillor Herger. You've raised very good points as well. I do think the way COVID has already changed a great deal even since the writing of this report. So I do agree that 2021, we're not too sure what we're dealing with, but it's not going away too quickly. So it might be the same situation by budget time goes around, and we just have to go with what we can do based on the COVID numbers. It's kind of still an unknown, but I think it's a lot more prevalent than perhaps we were expecting it to be in 2021. So I appreciate that comment as well. Thank you.
Well, very good. I am not seeing any other hands for comments as I pause. Clerk Scharbeck, we do have a motion before us, moved by Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Councillor Herger. Could you please reread the motion at hand? We've had great discussion. I just want to remind Council of the motion that's on the floor.
To your worship, the recommendation is to receive the report, draft community grant policy, and that education for members of the public regarding the grant policy be provided throughout 2021, and that a bylaw to adopt the policy as amended be brought forward to a future meeting for, I will say, council's consideration.
Yep, okay. So the mover of the motion, are you fine with the language as amended? Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. As the seconder, thank you, Councillor Herger. All those in favor then indicate with a check mark. Those opposed with the next mark. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of this motion. Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hutchinson in favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson in favor.
Councillor Shea.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Councillor Herger.
Councillor Herger, yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Councillor Townsend in favor.
The motion does carry. Thank you. I'm just looking for a clear dashboard. We are now moving on to 9.5, new business. 9.5.1, notice of motion, committee of adjustment composition. This one is moved by Councillor Townsend. Clerk Scharbeck, could you just begin the motion on this part? I have traditionally asked the mover of the motion to read the motion at hand, but just introduce it by way of a reading that out.
To your worship, you'd like me to read the motion?
Yes, please.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Townsend, that council consider revising the number of members on the Committee of Adjustment to 5 members of council.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Townsend, this is your notice of motion. Would you like to, I would ask that, is there anything further in your motion at hand?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, it is Councillor Townsend, and I would like to at least make a few comments.
I will
First,
come back to you then for your comments. As you're moving it, I am now looking for a seconder. And I do see Councillor Hamilton seconding. Is that correct, Councillor Hamilton?
Councillor Hamilton, I'll second it. And I'd like to also speak to it after Councillor Townsend, please. Thank you.
So noted.
Thank
Councillor
you.
Townsend, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If you recall, when we were reviewing committees, we actually decided to put 3 members of council on Committee of Adjustment, and there's been some discussion from some members afterwards saying perhaps that isn't enough, because if people actually are away, then you could impede the progress, delay the committee's business, and that's not the desired result of the change. So I decided that I would put a motion forward suggesting we go to 5 so that we do have adequate if there is an absence or 2 from the committee, and it still allows us to move forward. So that's the logic behind the request. Thank you.
Well, thank you as well. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and thank you, Councillor Townsend, for bringing this forward. It makes a lot of sense. You have my support. And I just want to let council know if council goes in this direction, I would offer to step back from the committee, just in terms of juggling my many committee responsibilities. I would be okay in stepping back. I just wanted to share that with council. Thank you.
Thank you. I completely respect that. You're extremely, you have a large portfolio, Councillor Hamilton. Thank you very much. Councillor Shea.
It's Councillor Shea. I'd also like to put my name forward as somebody who wouldn't be on this committee. I see the queue is filling up very fast. To Councillor Townsend's point about absence being the primary motivator of increasing from 3 to 5, I would suggest that perhaps an alternative would be to have 3 with 1 alternate. And then the alternate could step in if any one of the normal 3 was away. Might be a simpler, more efficient solution. You do realize that 5 will be a quorum. So that's an issue that the clerk would need to address. Thank you.
Well, we did have quorum with our full council sitting as Committee of Adjustment as well. And we do have a motion at hand, which is dealing with the 5 members. But I do note that you had also mentioned that you would stand down from this one. Is that correct, Councillor Shea? And I also recognize that you do have a very complete and detailed portfolio as well, representing our citizens and various committees. Councillor Hutchinson?
Yeah, Councillor Hutchinson here. Well, my thoughts are, I think there's things that go on in the community adjustment that do carry over into planning and other means. So I think it's important that people are in tune and educated, but I was going to suggest that we maintain status quo and continue on with 7. But given that we have a couple of members have said that they would mind stepping down, that's fine. I do think that there is going to be carryover, and that it's important to know what's going on in community adjustment, because sometimes we pass things in community adjustment and then it comes up in planning, committee of the whole planning. So then they're going to have to get up to speed on what that's all about. So anyways, I'm fine with that. Either way, I would like to stay on, just because I think it's important to be educated on what's going on around us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. This is Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. I have a question through you to the clerk. Is it so much that we are a quorum? I thought this was more of a board or a member-driven committee. That's my one question anyway.
Clerk Sherbeck.
Through you, Your Worship. The quorum with the Committee of Adjustment, it has been 7 members of council, and it will continue with the quorum with 5 members. So it's very important that not just the Planning Act rules, but all of the Municipal Act rules also apply, and Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. So it's a very fulsome set of regulations for the committee to continue following.
Okay.
So
Okay, thank you for that clarity. And the only other thing I had was, I think going to the recommended 5 actually has some merit to it, because I can go back to about maybe 3 weeks ago, or maybe about last month, but we had one of our members was regrets, and we had another member at that particular meeting that had a conflict. So if we had 3, like we were trying to go forward on, obviously that just leaves the chair or whoever would be left of that one there. And with an alternate, if we run into a situation at hand before the meeting, excuse me, the alternate's not available, I think the 5 is a good number to target towards. Thank you.
Well, thank you as well for your comments. I too want to serve on the Committee of Adjustment. Councillor Hutchinson, is your hand just up from a previous time?
No, it just brings to thought a question. So what is the minimum then, if we're going to go with 5 and we have 2 people away? Does committee adjustment carry on with 3?
Clerk Sharbeck, what would be the quorum number for holding a meeting?
So quorum is more than half, which is 3 out of 5 have
Okay.
to be present, but yes, it would continue with 3 members.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not seeing any other questions or comments, so I will call the question. On the motion, all those in favor indicate with a check mark. Those opposed indicate with the next mark. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of this motion. Councillor Townsend.
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
Councillor Herger.
Councillor Herger, yes.
Councillor Shea.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hutchison, in favor.
Motion carried. We are now on, we'll recognize 9.5.2, notice of motion, Province of Ontario collaboration with Conservation Authority. That has been withdrawn. Clerk Sharbeck?
That is correct. I was provided notice that the notice had been withdrawn.
Okay.
There is another notice of motion in our agenda for the 15th for today, but the one from the last meeting, I did want to note on here because we are bringing things forward exactly from that past agenda. So I wanted council to know that it has been addressed, not forgotten from that past agenda. And that's it.
Okay, so are we dealing with any other notice of motion at this time?
No.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to item 10. Adoption of minutes, 10.1, December 1st, 2020 Council. Also 10.2, November 24th, 2020 Committee of the Whole. Clerk Sharbeck, could you please read the recommendation?
Thank you. Through your worship. Just a note first that
Yes.
the recommendation includes public meeting minutes from 2 public meetings that are not actually included in this package. So I will not include them in the recommendation. The recommendation is that council hereby adopts the minutes of the regular council meeting of December 1st and the committee of the whole meeting of November 24th as circulated.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson, are you moving this motion?
Councillor Hutchison, yes, I move the motion.
Councillor Shea, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Shea, I second the motion.
We're taking questions at this point. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you very much. It's Councillor Townsend. In the minutes of Committee of the Whole from November 24th, under Resolution 86-20, there is the word municipalities, and I believe it should not be plural, but it should be possessive. And so that correction in spelling or grammar needs to occur.
Committee of the Whole minutes, November 24th. Again, Councillor?
Resolution 86-20.
Okay. All right. Connection to the municipalities strategic plan. So a Y and apostrophe S. Thank you for your eagle eye in editing, Councillor Townsend. Anything further?
No, thank you.
Okay, you're quite welcome. Councillor Hamilton, please.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Robinson. It's regarding the council minutes on page 3, which summarizes the 7.1. regarding the West Grey Police Service Station. I believe there was staff direction to have to coordinate a dedicated meeting in the new year
Yes.
to arrive at consensus and agreements. And I was just looking to have that captured as a staff action item in the minutes, please.
Yes, I think that is most appropriate. Clerk Sherbuck, any, okay, so we are looking at the council minutes of December 1st, 2020, and it's actually under item 7, delegation and presentation 7.1, just to have the addition of a dedicated meeting to deal with, just to have a discussion on our police station. And just to capture that would be something as a move forward item in 2021. Can we just add a line to that? Is that a yes? Yes. That's a yes. I did, of course it would be. So that would, I'm suggesting that the minutes would show as amended for the council minutes of December 1st, 2020. Yes, please. Oh, sure. The clerk is looking just for, a sentence. Councillor Hamilton, did you want to provide it, or as an alternate, I could assist, but please try.
Sure,
go ahead.
thank you. And I'd look to our CEO too if she wants to clarify my wording, but I believe it was staff direction that staff would coordinate a meeting in the new year with all of council regarding the police building.
Nicely
and-
said.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you too. And the clerk, or actually the clerk is fine with as she's scribing. And also Madam CAO has also indicated she's affirmative to that. So thank you. I would suggest then the minutes of council December 1st as amended be approved. Unless there's anything further. All right. So I'm looking to Councillor Hutchinson just on the wording change for the motion, say as amended for those set of minutes. Okay.
Yes, fine.
And Councillor Shea as the seconder.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Okay. All those in favor signify with a check mark. Those opposed signify with the next mark. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of this motion. Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hutchison, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Shea.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Councillor Hergert.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
The motion does carry. If you could just take the time to clear the dashboard. We are now on item 11, committee and local board minutes and reports. 11.1, Economic Development Advisory Committee minutes of November 5th, 2020. Okay, Clerk Sherbuck, is there a recommendation for this one?
Through you, Your Worship. Yes, you'll see this is an amendment to the agenda that this request be included in the council package. The recommendation is that the Elmwood Community Centre Board recommends that council provides the board with half the cost of the COVID-19 relief funding for the sanitizer fogging machine.
Okay.
Is there an amount?
I'm just going to put a point of order on myself, if I could. I'm just dealing with the 11.1.1 Economic Development Advisory Committee minutes.
Sorry.
So I don't see a recommendation at hand. I'm suggesting there should be one.
There isn't, no.
Okay,
So the Economic Development Advisory Committee minutes
Yes.
will be received at the very end of all the minutes.
Fair
and
enough.
Board reports.
Okay,
Sorry, I
thank
jumped
you.
ahead to 11.2.
That's fine. So I just called out the Economic Development Advisory Committee minutes for November 5th, 2020. Later on in item 11, we will address that. So now, for clarity purposes, we are now on 11.2, which is the Elmwood Community Center Board minutes of November 3rd, 2020 and the October 6th, 2020. And because there is an addendum, this is why we have a motion or a recommendation before us. So before I take questions, I am looking for a mover and a seconder, and I am going to go for the mover, Councillor Hamilton, because you are the council appointment to the Elmwood Community Centre Board. Would you, or are you moving this motion?
Councillor Hamilton, I move the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'd second the motion.
Thank you for that. Now questions. Councillor Herger.
I was curious if we have any money or resources available through the COVID-19. This is the request, right? It is a specific use for COVID-19. Are there resources available that we would be able to utilize?
Okay, good question. And I'm going to look down the dashboard. Director Mighton, are you able to respond to that question? And if you are still online.
Sorry, I just stepped away for a moment. Could you repeat the question?
Absolutely. That's standard practice. We will have the question repeated for you. Councillor Herger.
There's been a request come through, Director, for the Elmwood Community Center, a fogger machine, and it's $30,000. Our council has been asked to, oh, pardon me. I see Councillor Hamilton saying, no. We're being asked to spend resources on the fogger machine. I'm curious if there are COVID resources available for our share.
Yeah, I think it's a $3,000-ish machine. Our share was maybe 700 or no, 1,500. I think it was 700 or something. I believe that was in the addendum to the agenda. So yeah, we've got, we've received money. We haven't finished out looking at where all of our use of the phase one restart funding has been applied as far as lost revenues and all of that type of stuff. But it certainly is an item that's additional to what we would have had in a non-COVID budget.
Councillor Hamilton, just clarify the request for funds.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Robinson, and thank you for the question. So the request for funds is approximately $700 from each municipality. And if, like any request from Elmwood, the expectation would be that both municipalities would have to both agree to fund this machine. May I elaborate a little further, Mayor Robinson?
Yes, please.
Oh, thank you. So we were in a position where the director of community services in Brockton is purchasing these machines and has offered to purchase as part of his bulk order. It would position us very well to efficiently and effectively sanitize for COVID cleaning. And I also just wanted to say that Elm has done a very good job of reducing our expenditures throughout the year with the reduced funding or revenues that we've been having throughout the year. So I commend the board for all the measures they've taken to deliver what's going to be, I believe will be a balanced budget by the end of this year. And we would appreciate our municipal support in this capital purchase and this COVID related expense. And that's why we're bringing it to our councils at this time. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarity and the information, and it builds on Councillor Hergert's question. So again, Director Mighton, is there COVID funding available with respect to this type of request?
Yes, again, it's not specific to, it's part of the overall Safe Restart funding of all the different areas that we've had, but is it an eligible expense? Absolutely. Will we likely, I'm hoping that we have a small amount, maybe that's, if we have any left at the end of this year, it gets carried over into next year to be used again for the same operating type pressures that COVID is placing on us. So I expect that we should have a little bit carried over, but we won't know for certain. But it is certainly one of the eligible expenditures, just like our existing arenas that we have where we had to buy additional the foggers and different things, just the same.
Okay. Councillor Herger, does that answer your question? Good. All right. I'm not seeing anyone else at this point. So I'm going to have Clerk Scharbeck reread the motion, and then I'm calling the question.
Through you, Your Worship, the recommendation is that the Elmwood community, that council approved, I think we should tidy this up a bit.
Yes.
That council approves the request of the Elmwood Community Centre Board to provide the board with half the cost of the COVID-19 relief funding for the sanitizer fogging machine, being approximately $700. If that clarity is okay with the mover and seconder.
You know, I'm going to ask them. So Councillor Hamilton, are you fine with that language?
I appreciate that clarity. Yes, thank you.
Absolutely. And Councillor Townsend?
Yes, I'm very happy with that wording. Thank you.
Yes. All right. All those in favor indicate with a check mark. Those opposed with an X mark. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of this motion. Councillor Townsend.
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
Councillor Hergert.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Shea.
Councillor Shay, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hutchison, in favor.
Motion carried. Okay. We're not at noon for a break, as council has identified last time there, if at all possible, to have our lunch break at noon. We'll see where we go with this. Item 11.3, Police Building Committee Minutes of October 19th, 2020, and Chair Shea's report. Clerk Sharbuck, could you please read the recommendation?
Yes, through you, Your Worship, the recommendation is that the West Grey Ad Hoc Police Building Committee recommends that council approves the detailed design for the future West Grey Police Service building as prepared by Formworks Inc. architects.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you moving this motion?
This is Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. I will move the motion.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Hutchison, I second the motion.
Questions? Councillor Hergert?
Yes, thank you. I was curious if we have the terms of reference that's already been approved. Just to clarify that we have that detail done and dealt with for the committee.
Clerk Sharbuck?
Actually, I'm just trying to remember, Councillor Hergert. Thank you for that question. Were they part of the November Committee of the Whole meeting?
Well, we'll get that detail for you.
I think they were approved, but I can't recall at which meeting. I'm a little bit off my figuring out dates.
Can we send an email to that effect on the clarification of it?
Yes, absolutely. We can check during the lunch hour, actually, Councillor Hergert, and confirm that with you. I'm sure they've come revised to council. Councillor Shea, do you remember? Sorry, I'll pass the ball.
It's a little bit hard because I do remember that we adopted them at committee, but I don't remember in the other part of my brain if we reviewed them at council.
We'll have the reference on that for certain. Councillor Shea, did you want to speak to this motion through your report?
Yes, I would. Thank you, Your Worship. It's Councillor Shea. I'd like to give a brief update to council about the Police Building Ad Hoc Committee's activities over the last little while, if I may. I have a prepared document. It's about a minute and a half long to read, and I have sent a copy to the clerk so she doesn't have to take notes. So if you'll indulge me.
Yes.
1 week ago, on December 8th, the Police Building Ad Hoc Committee met with CBO Shipwreck to review the design for the new building. We were shown a rudimentary floor plan. I would like to share more from that meeting, but can't since it was in closed session. The RFP indicated that the building should accommodate our current force of about 22 members, with the ability to expand to accommodate up to 30. The architect's proposed timeline is currently about 2 months behind schedule, presumably due to COVID. Friday, tangentially, December 11th, Laura Johnston and I met with Charles Allen, Assistant Director of Facilities of the Region of Waterloo, about green building strategies. Waterloo has built 11 to 12 green buildings in the last 15 years. Charles was the project lead on a police building that they built with FCM support about 10 years ago, and they're building another police building now. He said they have all been successful in terms of staff and general public satisfaction and energy and cost savings. They work to achieve LEED certification as approved by the Canada Green Building Council. They are considering going to the stricter net zero standard, which is also administered by the Canada Green Building Council. The project Charles managed directly had a $10 million budget. LEED compliance added 1.5% to the budget, or $150,000. They did annual energy audits comparing this building to a building that was merely built to building code standards and determined that they saved that amount in 3 years. CBO Shipwreck told our committee that he has asked our architects to draft sustainable building plans at 3 levels. I expect these will align with LEED's 3 certified silver and gold levels. Also, Director Mighton indicated to the committee that she would be researching the steps involved in FCM funding within 2 weeks of our December 8th meeting. Thanks to both of those staff for taking those initiatives. This committee has worked very well with staff to articulate some of the needs of this incredibly important project, including the need for transparency and efficient communications. And I am happy to have played a small role in that as chair. However, this building will be the legacy of this entire council. And I would feel more comfortable if all members of council were receiving updates and information at the same time and were able to make fully informed decisions as needed. Therefore, after the motion on the floor in front of us now has been dealt with, I will be introducing a motion to dissolve this committee and have its responsibilities revert to council as a whole. And further, that a project manager provide a consolidated brief written report at the first council meeting of every month, and the architects present updates to council according to an agreed upon schedule. Thank you.
Point of order, Mayor Robinson, you're muted. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I very much appreciate that. Councillor Shea, thank you very much for those words. I think the timing is most appropriate. Councillor Hergert, is there anything further? Your hand is still up.
I applaud the chair, Councillor Shea. Thank you very much for that report and the exuberance of transparency. I do appreciate that. Thank you.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that's most important, that I think we've got the information that we require, and that that we can move forward as a full council in dealing with this. We'll have regular reports. I do have a commitment from Madam CAO that will be taking place, and that we will have that information presented at council, and in order for our citizens to have regular updates as well. This is a very important build for our community, and I think having all of council and all of our citizens involved is a most positive step forward. Okay, so the motion at hand, unless there is any other questions. Yes, Councillor Hamilton.
Well, thank you, Mayor Robinson. So, and thank you, Councillor Shea, for the update and your suggestions for next steps. And that makes a lot of sense to me as well. So given, excuse me, given that staff are arranging a meeting for all of council dedicated to the police building in the new year, and given that there's a motion today that's asking council to approve detailed designs that we haven't seen, I would move to table this motion until we receive a staff report and presentation about the detailed designs. And that would be my moving to table, please.
Before I go for a seconder, I do want to ensure with the process and timelines that we have built in for the through the tendering process, that what the impact would be if we don't approve this motion at this stage, and the trickle effect for any tenders that have to be released through January. So I just want to make sure eyes wide open for all members of council. We did have a statement from Councillor Shea that following this motion, that he would be putting another motion forward. So now I'm going to look to Madam CAO and then possibly CBO Shipwreck as well. With regard to impacts on if this matter is tabled until the new year, or is it your suggestion that should council so desire, approve the motion in order to keep the integrity of the tender process and any other parameters that I'm not zeroing in on at this point. So right now, the clerk and the CAO are just confirming, and we'll have a response in 1 second.
Excuse me, Your Worship.
Yes.
Point of order. I'm not certain. I just wanted to ask the clerk, is a motion to table debatable?
So it's not that it's, I will have the clerk answer that, but I also wanted to ensure that council had the information with regard to the requirements of the tender. So that's fine in terms of the debate of council, but I just wanted the CAO to provide the information. So the clerk is looking that up for procedure for whether there's a debate or not, and that's just fine. But CAO Johnston, could you please respond to the inquiry? Oh, you'll need your mic.
Not talking. Here we go. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. And thank you for the inquiry, Councillor Hamilton. As mentioned, the project is starting to slip behind and COVID is not helping the timing at all. We did bring it today with the hopes that we can pick up the pace in January, because that is when the architects are intending to go to market for contractors. And so I'm not quite clear on exactly what that would mean. Of course, it would delay it because we haven't got a date set in January or in 2021 in light of the change to our process should Councillor Shea's request go through, that we are not doing a building committee level. So there's a couple of balls in the air here. So it would certainly impact what the CBO would be able to take back to the architects if we do not deal with this today. But Madam Mayor, could we go to the CBO for his comment as well? Thank you.
Yes. CBO Shipwreck, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, so right now the process is the architects are on, it's basically on hold at this point until we get a floor plan confirmed. The process was going to be that, the building committee reviewed an overall layout of the building, the number of rooms and the size and things like that. They made a recommendation to council. If council so wished, then they would have, confirmed that recommendation from the building committee. Then the architects would start what they call the takeoff, the costing of this building. There are some details that can't be confirmed at this point and would be brought forward for council. But what they would do is basically, as Councillor Shea suggested, we would bring forward in the new year a sort of a 3-level package, a good, better, best for green energy, energy conservation, those types of things. But we can't get those costs to bring forward to council without at least some type of approval from council of the general size of the building. I mean, if there's a fair bit of work involved when it comes to that costing, and there's a cost to that. That's part of the RFP. But so they're planning to do that, and they bring it forward, but they can't move forward to that stage without some kind of commitment from council on the general size of the building. And then that would, once we get the general size of the building and what we can bring forward, then the very basic packages, the minimum requirements through the Ontario Building Code, the minimum requirements through the Police Services Act, all those things are in this building, and then that would be your base budget price. The architects have given a general idea of that price, but the cost consultant would give a more accurate a detailed price costing for this size of building. And then we would also bring forward, additional items, energy efficiency items and what those costs would be and upfront costs, and then what that would save over time. And then again, there would be the third package would be an even higher upgraded energy efficiency and green energy package with additional savings. But we can't get to that point without an approved overall. If we move a room around here or there, it's fine. Modify this or modify that slightly, but the overall general size of the building is really what we need approved at this point.
Okay, thank you. That is fine. Now, before we go any further, we had a suggestion for a mover, which is Councillor Hamilton, and that is to table the item dealing with the recommendation at hand that has been brought forward by Councillor Shea. Clerk Scharbeck, could you please address the tabling request and whether that is appropriate? And then if so, I would be looking for a seconder. If not, then suggest the procedural path forward. Please.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship, our current procedural bylaw has procedures set out for a motion to table and different procedures for a motion to defer. They end up with the same result, but technically in our procedural bylaw, at this point in time, a motion to table is not amendable or debatable. And it applies to the motion and any amendments thereto. So at this time, we have the recommendation from the Ad Hoc Police Building Committee to approve the detailed design and allow those tender documents to be prepared. And that's moved by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson and seconded by Councillor Hutchinson. And then Councillor Hamilton moved to table this motion until, I'm not sure what date.
Councillor Hamilton?
I didn't provide a date, but Councillor Hamilton, I did suggest that it be tabled until a report with all these details be brought forward to council for a future meeting. So,
okay. Just through you, Your Worship, I'm not sure what reports we will, or what details we'll have that we couldn't go into closed session today and provide. We're not going to have any more details in the beginning of January. That's my concern, is that our next regular meeting is January 19th. I'm not sure, is it perhaps council's wish to go into closed and receive the same report that the Police Building Committee received in closed session? Those would be the only details that we have to share at this time or in early January, unless perhaps the CAO could help sort this.
So
But basically, we've got a motion to table, but I need some direction as to when.
Right, so and we don't have a seconder on the table yet, but I'm going to suggest that CAO Johnson provide some information, and there is that option to go in camera should council wish. And we've also heard from CBO Shipwreck as well with regard to the process. So first, and we'll just sort through this, no worries here. So first with CAO Johnston, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Clerk, for walking us through this. What I was envisioning for the meeting of all of council would be exactly what the CBO has recommended would be the next step. Once we confirm with the architect that they can provide costing on the square footage of this building, the mandatory items that need to be included in the building, that is when we would include all of council in those conversations and decisions for moving forward. As the clerk pointed out, if we need to table this motion, if council determines to table the motion, at our January 19th meeting, we would just be having this exact same conversation. So we do have the option, as the clerk mentioned, to have the conversation today by going into a closed session, and perhaps that would facilitate a decision on the motion, the staff request, or council still has to deal with what's been tabled. So really in January, we wouldn't have anything new if we don't engage the architects with a direction.
All right, Clerk Sharbak, please.
Thank you, through your worship. I'm not sure what council's wish is, but
I'm going
there
to ask
is
for
the there is the option to table until such time as the details are provided in a closed session today, and then come back to this following that closed session and either approve the design or not. But it doesn't have to be tabled till January 19th. Is an option. We could table it until this afternoon, and whatever, it is entirely council's wish. But that, I just wanted to note, was one option.
Okay, and that's an interesting pathway. I'm going to go to Councillor Hamilton as the mover for tabling. Does that speak to you in terms of a path forward? And would you be in agreement with that, or what is your intent here, please?
Thank you. Well, when I look at the recommendation, it says council approves the detailed designs for the future West Grey Police Service Building. Council hasn't been provided with the detailed designs. To be provided with those in closed session today without a report, without seeing them in advance, it just doesn't give us enough time as council to have that time to consider that it deserves. So I continue to table this until those detailed designs are presented to council at whatever time and format staff
Gonna get them.
decide on.
Okay, thank you for that. Clerk Sharbak?
Thank you, through your worship. They won't, the detailed design of the building will not be circulated. It would just be presented in a closed session for security purposes of the facility. It's a very different build than any other type of build. So that's that's where we're at. But
so the detail of the floor plan will be presented in camera for council to review. That can either be done today or at another time. And I just note that the timeframes with respect to our CBO. So thank you for the pathway forward, Clerk Sharbak. I do want to, I'm just trying to, the effort here is so that council has the information. I think we're at a stage, unless Madam CAO has to interject at this point, I would be looking for a seconder to the tabling. That's where I'd like to go. But I'm just checking with Madam CAO if there's anything further you need to say. I don't want to preempt that.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Oh, yes, I'm on. Thank you, Madam Mayor, for this opportunity. It would be helpful if council is interested in tabling until later today or a date in January, just because we do need to know what we're doing with our architects. So there is that option to table. We can go into closed and then we can come back and continue the conversation.
Thank you for that. Now I'm looking to Councillor Hamilton for your motion with respect to tabling.
Again, the recommendation says council approves the detailed designs for the future West Grey Police Services Building. I would like that in a written report and a presentation be delivered to council at a subsequent meeting. Whenever staff can pull that together, let's get together and have that meeting. I don't think the motion needs to have a date, just that it's coming.
Okay.
So that's my motion. Thank you.
Thank you. And is there a seconder for this tabling? I'm looking for check marks on the dashboard. Okay, I'm looking on the dashboard. Oh, Councillor Herger, are you seconding this motion?
Yes, I am seconding this motion.
All right, so this is without debate or comment. All those in favor indicate with a check mark. Those opposed indicate with an X mark. Okay, Mayor Christine Robinson, I am not in favor of this motion. Councillor Townsend?
Councillor Townsend in favor.
Councillor Hergert?
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Shay,
Councillor Shay, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, you'll need to put your mic on, please.
Sorry there, Mayor Robinson. I was having a technical issue here. Deputy Mayor Hutchison, not in favor.
Councillor Hamilton,
Counselor Hamilton, yes.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hutchison in favor.
Motion carried. All right, thank you. If you could clear your dashboard. So we now are looking at, because there is that other motion before us, Clerk Sharbuck, how is that just off the table now because we do have the tabling that's been approved? No, the motion that was before us prior was dealing with the approval of the detailed design. So I just want
So,
to
yes.
dispense of that accordingly.
It's been tabled to
To a future
to
date.
a
Okay.
future date. No, nothing specific. So that's that.
Okay, I needed just to address that motion off the table, and my moving the hand means I'm moving the motion with a gesture there. Okay, so
I have a
Clerk
question.
Sherback,
I'm sorry, through you, Your Worship.
Yes.
I do have a question. I wasn't sure, Councillor Shay, if that was a direct motion regarding the concluding of the committee.
that's exactly where I was going
Is
to
that-
next with
Okay.
Councillor Shay. You had identified that you had a motion following the one that we were just dealing with it. Councillor Shay.
Yes, I would introduce that as a direct motion if now would be appropriate.
Clerk Sherback,
Yes.
now is the time.
Okay, then I would like to make a direct motion that council dissolve the police building ad hoc committee and that its responsibilities revert to council as a whole. And further, that the project manager provide a consolidated brief written report at the first council meeting of every month, and that the architects present updates to council according to an agreed upon schedule.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
Yes, Councillor Hutchison, yes, I second the motion.
Thank you. Clerk Sherback,
I'm sorry, Councillor Shay, I just need a little bit of clarification that the committee be dissolved and its responsibilities divert back to council as a whole, and that staff report, the architect's reporting schedule is set out in the contract with them, but are you requesting they report or staff report? I missed that part, I'm sorry.
So the architect's reporting schedule is set out in the contract with them, but it doesn't specify to whom they are reporting. Are they reporting to the steering committee, which is made up of staff? Are they reporting to a subset committee like the one that we're just dissolving, or are they reporting to council as a whole? That's not clarified. So I didn't want to encumber the architects with coming to a council meeting every month. I thought we should negotiate with them how often they would be able to report. That's why I said the architects would present updates to council according to an agreed upon schedule. But the other part was the project manager would provide a consolidated brief written report at the first council meeting of every month. I think council just wants to be as up to date as possible about this.
okay, thanks. And I think the intent of this motion certainly is to provide the up-to-date information for this council, the clarity of the timelines to achieve the milestones for this build, and to provide just regular updates. And also the opportunity that we can communicate out to our citizens so they know exactly where we are in the status of this build, and that they have the information. Written reports on a council agenda is the best way for transparency, and certainly if there's any items within this bill that require in-camera discussion, that will obviously be respected as per our Municipal Act and also the Police Services Act for sure on that. Okay, so we do have a mover and a seconder. Clerk Sherback, are you clear on what you require, or do you wish to comment or have any further questions at this time?
Through you, Your Worship. If I read this back, what I have, Councillor Shay, would you tell me if it captures the full intent? That the ad hoc Police Building Committee is hereby dissolved, and its responsibilities shall divert to council as a whole, and that the architects shall present to council on an agreed upon schedule. Sorry, I'm just fixing my own notes. And that the project manager shall report to council monthly on the status of this project. Is that it?
Councillor Shay?
That's it. I said a written, will provide a consolidated brief written report, but I think you've got.
I'll add written to the monthly report from the project manager.
Okay, and this is just to mirror the mayor's comments about the value of the communication to our citizens.
Okay,
Thank
I've
you.
added written in front of that report, if
Thank
that
you.
clarifies.
Yes, that's what he's is stating, and thank you, Councillor Shay, for that. Okay, as the seconder, Councillor Hutchinson?
Yes, I'm fine with that. Councillor
Okay.
Hutchison.
Very good. Councillor Hutchinson, your hand is up. Is there any question at this time?
Can I make a comment?
Yes.
So I find it a little bit frustrating that we put a committee in place to sort of bring back information to council, and then now we're saying we don't need that committee. So I think all we've done is really slowed the project down by doing that and then backtracking. But anyways, it's unfortunate because I do think we need to push this thing through, and I understand that all council wants to be involved and up to date, and I don't have any problem with that. I just think it's sort of unfortunate that we did this when we already have an architect and a design, and we have a building committee that is basically staff or a project committee. So we're sort of holding up the process, I think, by doing what we're doing. But I mean, we want to get the information out there, and people need to have the information. So that's fine. So I look forward to that, but I hope that we can move this project along as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Councillor Hutchinson. The idea is that we wanted to ensure that the project stays on track, and if there is any time where the project is not, we obviously want updates overall. This is a project for all of council. The intent of the committee was to actually streamline, get the process really in place. We don't want to fall behind, and as the CAO has identified, it has to a certain extent, and that was the intent of the committee, was to ensure that the information gets before our council. We can deal with it as a full council. I'm absolutely in support of that. Don't think we've lost any steps, but what we've achieved is the clarity in the process. It is detailed. We will have reports. We will be able to communicate out to our citizens, and this is a very important build for our community. Okay, and we're dealing with it as a council. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. A couple of questions and a couple of comments. I like where Councillor Shay is going with the motion. I'm a little concerned about the reporting only being addressed and not decision making. And the reason I say that is one of the things that's apparent is that there have been some direction or decisions without actually voting, et cetera, but direction, I'll use that term instead, from the ad hoc committee that's allowed you to get to where we are now on the project. The problem is when it comes to council can't vote on what they don't know. And if all they see is a building which has different specifications than came out of the RFP because the dimensions were different, then we don't know why that's happened, and hence the reason that I think it's coming to council. So what I'm looking for is, and maybe the CBO shipper can help with that, is that when there's decisions to be made that are timely, how is the proposal to get those and who will make them? So we have a project team, we have a steering committee, and we don't have an ad hoc, but we have council. And council gets to make the last call. So while we say we would like a monthly update, for example, that we can do in public forum, I'm going to argue there's a lot more to this, and timing will become an issue once you start getting into tenders and that work begins, because events will happen and there will be a requirement for the project manager, which I believe right now is CBO Shipwreck, and that will be a matter of how do you get all this handled in a timely fashion. So is there any thought given to that, even if the ad hoc committee was still there? How do you get that to council and have council just meet twice a month and not be able to do that? I'm going to argue you're going to need some additional meetings in between that to deal with some items that will come up and will be time sensitive. And this may be one of them.
Well, thank you for that question. I will go to CBO Shipwreck, but I'm also going to go to Madam CAO on that because you have an integral part in this process as well. So in terms of the timing for information coming to council, the status report, but also any component of the decision making that is required of this council. I think that's just by way of a summary for Councillor Townsend, but he can certainly interject after your response. CBO Shipwreck, please. I think CBO Shipwreck is calling in.
Oh, sorry.
Please go ahead.
Can you hear me
Thank
now?
you. Yes.
All right. Sorry. Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for the question. I just a couple of points of clarification. I'm not technically the project manager. There was a requirement for a project manager as required by council. As part of the original RFP, we hired an architect, we hired a project manager outside the municipality. So he would be the project manager in this case. And if you're requiring a project manager to provide reports, then that he would be, or she, would be the person doing the reports, not myself. If I guess as far as decision making after, so basically the process would be after the building design is complete, the building would go out for tender. That tender document would be approved by council. Once we would make a recommendation to council after the RFP goes out for the construction of the building on who we believe they should pick. Again, council would make that ultimate decision on who the builder would be based on their application for the RFP through the architect and project manager's recommendation as well as staff's recommendation. Then once that happens, basically the building has been designed at that point and the builder has been picked. Unless there's a major change to those documents or a major a roadblock in the construction affecting timeline or budget, there would be no further decisions to be made by council. That you've already approved the design, you've approved the building, you've approved the builder. So unless there is a change to those documents, as I said, or a major hurdle that would affect the timeline of the construction or the overall budget of the construction, there would be nothing to bring back for council decision. Obviously, the project manager would make his timely, whether monthly or however you wish that would happen, the report to council would indicate, we're on budget, we're a little over, a little under, all those things. Your timeline meets, it doesn't, this is why we're behind, this is why we're ahead. But again, there would really be no decisions to be made by council unless, like I said, there were those items happen that, there was a decision required.
Okay, Madam CEO, anything further?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, CBO, for that clarification. What I'm sensing, to boil it down, is that the council and the community would just like to have regular updates. Included in this project team is the steering committee, which is comprised of some key staff. So if council is comfortable, I was envisioning that staff would be bringing those updates, and where there is a significant milestone or something that is technical, the architects, it is built into their proposal that they will be making presentations to council along the way. But since staff are going to be tapped into the project directly, I'm quite comfortable that a member of the steering committee brings those monthly reports for the community's information as well as council's, and just to keep some eyes on this exciting project. So that would be my my request, is if If I'm reading the intent of the request properly, monthly updates could be provided by the steering committee or the project manager as appropriate.
Councillor Townsend, anything further?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Usually during a project, you do get change management processes which occur. And so those may come up that require input from council. CPO Shepherd mentioned a few of them that could happen. There could be others. You could get a serious issue that if you don't deal with now, you've got a bigger delay, et cetera. And it may not be huge, but it may change the design. And if you change the design, does that have to come to council? So all these, because that's what we approved. So all these kind of things get into where is that authority and how does that happen? So while I appreciate Councillor Shea's request, and rightly so, for a monthly update to council, there should also be provision for those types of things. So as long as we understand that and we're going to address it in the process of change management, then I'm satisfied with that. But it can become very time consuming, and time goes very, very quickly when you're in the middle of a project like that. And even just an hour's conversation can become very critical for certain things. And so when does it have to come to council? I don't think has been determined. And I don't think you want council to micromanage either. So that's the delineation that I think has to happen. And is there the appropriateness to delegate some authority to the steering committee, as you point out exists, right? And that's something that I think should be reviewed at the same time.
Okay, and I'm going to suggest that the report, this is all valid information, obviously, but I think this is something that we could bring forward at the report in January, Madam CAO, who's confirming that. Okay, Councillor Townsend?
We can hold that meeting, yes.
Yep, very good. I'm looking to Councillor Hergert now.
Yes, thank you. We know that this building is imperative to West Grey. We know that. This has been on the books for over a decade. We know it's coming. I feel like we've already let the horse out of the gate, you know, and like, let's be real. We know that we need this building, but to jump ahead to approving a design that we never saw is beyond what council should be asked to do even, I believe. I think it speaks volumes when the chair is able to determine that council really wishes to be part of this, even just in the information passing to us, then we can pass it on to constituents. I think that's very important. We're asking our community to build a $4 to $6 million, maybe more than that, building. It's not that we're questioning if we need it or not. It's that we should take the time after it's already been needed for over a decade to just take the time and get the design down. So I think this also goes to the point of transparency of council. And I think that it is imperative that we get this back to our council as a whole. Council's responsibility is to provide the building for the police service to be housed. And I would ask the mayor to call the question.
Oh, well, thank you. And that's perfect timing, Councillor. You are the last speaker. Everyone has had their opportunity to speak. So Clerk Sharbeck, could you please read the motion at hand?
Through you, Your Worship. Moved by Councillor Shea and seconded by Councillor Hutchinson, that the Ad Hoc Police Service Building Committee is hereby dissolved and its responsibilities shall divert to council as a whole, and that the architect shall present to council on an agreed upon schedule, and that staff shall provide written reports to council on a monthly basis regarding the status of this project.
All those in favor indicate with a check mark. Those opposed indicate with an X mark. Okay, Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of this motion. Councillor Townsend.
Councillor Townsend in favor.
Councillor Hergert.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Shea.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson in favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hutchinson in favor.
Motion carried. If you could clear your dashboard, we're moving quite appropriately along in this very, very important project to our community and to our West Grey Police Service. So thank you very much for the very good dialogue, and looking forward to future reports, the next one coming in January, dealing with this. Now, members of council, I'm going to suggest we have lunch. I'm wondering why, I'm just wondering if that's Councillor Hutchinson's hand. I'm going to first propose that we break for lunch for a half an hour. And we do have one of our citizens, Harold McKnight, who historically has played a couple of Christmas carols at our last council meeting. So as we move into our lunch recess, we could have Harold McKnight play a couple of Christmas carols. It's not part of the agenda. This is not the agenda portion, but I think it's a lovely gesture from one of our members of our community. Now, before we even go further to that, so we'll come back, say at 5 after 12. So that's actually, no, that would be 5 after 1, sorry, 5 after 1. We've just got a couple questions. I want to make sure we're all in agreement with that, that process, or if there's anything else members of council wish to contribute at this time. Councillor Townsend.
Yes, thank you. Because we're so close to the Traffic Safety Committee and we do have the chair on.
Oh, interesting.
Here, and I know he's a very, very busy man with
okay.
the work he has. I was wondering if we could at least deal with that and have him give his comments, and we can minutes later.
I will ask council about that. That would mean that we're jumping ahead to 11.5 on the Traffic Safety Working Group recommendation and deal with source protection afterwards. So I'd be looking to our council for that. But Councillor Shea, was there anything further, or was that your comment?
Same comment.
Okay. All right. So members of council, Councillor Townsend, thanks for drawing my attention to the fact that the chair is here. I did not see that on my dashboard. So shall we, is all members of council okay with that? Okay, good. Mr. McKnight, just a few more minutes, hopefully on that. And thank you. So item 11.5, Traffic Safety Working Group. Chair Mackenzie has a report. First, I will say welcome, and now I will go to Clerk Sherbeck for reading the motion.
Through you, Your Worship, the recommendation is that council hereby accepts the West Grey Traffic Safety Working Group recommendation to purchase one of the mobile radar sign and 4 semi-permanent solar radar signs at an approximate cost of $30,000 plus appropriate taxes, to be used in conjunction with coordinated enforcement by the West Grey Police Service.
So with that, is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend, that was a quick check mark up on the dashboard. Are you moving this motion?
Yes, I would, with just one minor change.
Okay.
And if it's acceptable to council, it would be as part of the 2021 budget process. Because the director has already commented that he has put that in his budget submission.
Okay. So Clerk Sherbeck, just for clarity, thank you.
So is this the recommendation in the minutes of the Traffic Safety Working Group?
Councillor Townsend.
I understand that.
So we can't change it.
Okay, so we let it go.
Okay.
But I think it's understood that it's part of the 2021 budget process, if that helps.
Okay,
Yep.
through this dialogue.
At least that's public to everyone else at the meeting. Thank you.
Yes, Deputy, and you are certainly one of the appointed members on the on this ad hoc committee. Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you seconding this as actually another appointment on this ad hoc committee?
This is Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. I will second that motion.
Thank you. Clerk Sherbeck now has drawn my attention to something. Please proceed.
Through you, Your Worship.
Yeah.
It is a motion to, or it is a resolution to take action and purchase.
That's what it says.
So I would say that that is, I would say that I was wrong to insinuate it would be reconsidered at the 2021 budget. That's not what I meant at all. It would be $2021, but the decision is being made now with this resolution. So I just wanted to clarify that it won't be revisited at budget time. It is the decision to purchase now. So it's like a pre-budget allocation.
Approval.
Yes.
Madam CAO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And to clarify, and thank you, Councillor Townsend, for speaking up, because when I read this motion, the direction to staff would be that we are purchasing this piece of equipment, and there's no connection to the 2021 budget.
Okay, so thank you, staff. Councillor Townsend.
Yes, I know that was the intent and discussion at the committee meeting.
Okay.
And I think Deputy
Chair
Mayor
Beck.
Hutchinson can confirm that.
Through you, Your Worship, the recommendation from the committee, we can't change that recommendation without the committee's approval, but what, perhaps Councillor Townsend, would you move to amend it by adding that this be part of the 2021 budget process? Can we make an amendment to it instead of just change the wording?
Yes, if that's the correct
Okay.
process, I'd be happy to.
Okay.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you fine with the amendment to the wording?
Absolutely. And that
Okay.
was our intent. Thank you.
Okay. All right. We got all, sometimes procedure takes a bit of time. We've landed at a good spot. I'd now like to invite Chair Robert McKenzie to speak. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for receiving this recommendation from our committee. A lot of work and discussion has gone into this, obviously, and I can say just to the last point that it certainly was our intention that this be considered by council as part of the 2021 budgeting process, but we'll leave it to council's purview to determine how that rolls out. But I just wanted to say at this point that this is the first opportunity I've had to appear before council and make a recommendation on behalf of our group since we started. We had our first meeting in January of this year and subsequently February before being curtailed somewhat by the pandemic like everyone else. But we've thankfully been able to reconvene via the Zoom application here and made some great progress. So there are a number of issues that we have discussed at our meeting since that time. And I just wanted to particularly thank the two members of council who are present here for participating in our group. That's been greatly appreciated, as well as our staff members. And I can tell you that both Director Zerwinski and Chief Martin have been very instrumental in our really collaborative approach in discussing different solutions to traffic issues and making sure that we have that, I guess, reality check from the two staff members who are obviously going to be very instrumental and involved in whatever solutions we bring forward. So thank you to those people. I think the recommendation that we've talked about here, I'm happy to obviously answer any questions from members of council at this time about the recommendation. Hopefully it's fairly self-explanatory in what we're proposing here. And really just to say as well that this is our first recommendation that has a cost value to it, but there are certainly lots of other issues that we are discussing still as a working group. Our intention is not to continue indefinitely. However, at this point in time, we have a number of issues that we are still dealing with as a working group, including issues around funding support that might be out there for us as well. So just to make that point, we are at this point scheduled to meet again in January. I anticipate we would have at least a couple more meetings subsequent to that to hopefully bring forth additional recommendations to council. And again, our mandate obviously is looking at traffic safety concerns throughout the entire municipality and hopefully bringing forth to council some potential solutions for consideration of those issues. With that, I think I at this point, Your Worship, would be happy to answer any questions that members of council have, either about the recommendation that's been brought forward specifically or other issues that we're dealing with as a working group. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. McKenzie, and very good presentation. But I also want to commend you for stepping forward and being a part of this ad hoc committee. It's a very it's a very serious concern within West Grey, and there are solutions out there, and very much appreciate your involvement on this committee. And it's nice you coming forward with with some solutions here. I do see that Councillor Hutchinson has his hand up. Do you have a question or a comment?
Yeah, Councillor Hutchinson, I just had a question about the speed signs. We have one up on our road here in Durham, and but they're also, I've heard and seen that some of them do tracking of data when they're so not only do they post the speed for the oncoming traffic, but they keep a record of vehicles that have traveled on that road and their speed. So it doesn't take photo radar, but it just tracks data so that the police can then say, okay, we've got 100 vehicles, half of them are speeding. Maybe we need to do more enforcement in this area. I'm just wondering if you've looked at that design, because apparently it's out there.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Through you, Your Worship, just to respond to that, we had asked Director Zerwinski to investigate the costs and different options available in terms of these speed radar signs, and I am aware of that option being a part of some of the designs. So hopefully that was included in what he had looked at here. I can't say for certain that we've decided on a particular model at this point, but that information obviously would be invaluable to us, particularly around the point that our objective is to not only have these signs in place, but also have a strategic approach in terms of enforcement that's coordinated with the police service, and that data, having that data available to them would be very valuable as well. So I take that point, and will certainly reiterate that point as we go forward, hopefully with this project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you as well. Any further questions? Councillor Shea.
Yes, thank you, Mr. McKenzie, for coming here today and for doing your work on the committee. I think I visited your committee once or twice and found it really productive. In the times I was there, other strategies were being discussed, such as traffic calming measures. Are those things that the committee will be looking at down the road?
And again, through you, Your Worship, in answer to that, we have discussed and are continuing to discuss quite a lot of different traffic calming measures. I can tell you that at our last meeting in November, one of the issues that was discussed was around what's known as speed cushions or traffic cushions that are used as basically a speed bump or speed hump type arrangement to slow traffic. So this was proposed, and one of our committee members has been asked to look into this further and provide additional information to us from the source. Another municipality basically that she was in contact with to get that information. So yes is the answer to your question. We are certainly looking at a number of those issues. And again, with respect to the recommendation that's forward now, it is certainly by no means intended as the only recommendation coming out of this group or the only proposed solution for traffic calming. So we're continuing to look at those ideas as well.
That's great to hear, because I'm also involved in the police service board, and I know that our police force is stretched quite thin. We cover a massive territory with a relatively small force, and ramping up enforcement is not really going to be that possible. So this initiative that you're taking now seems great, and I think it would be really interesting for West Grey to be a kind of a pioneer or a leader in finding the right solution to the right instantiation of the problem. It's not a one-size-fits-all sort of problem, I don't think. So I'm looking forward to your ongoing work in that area. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I just wanted to extend my appreciation for coming today and providing the update. And I appreciate that you have one solution and there's more solutions coming forward, and that you wanted council to receive the solution in time for budget. So it's really appreciated. I particularly liked how you discussed, how you shared how collaborative the committee is between citizens and council and staff and our police chief as well. And that's really good to hear. And I'll just share one thought bubble I had as you were speaking. I wondered if the committee's considered looking to partnering with other municipalities. Perhaps there's underutilized radar signs or other kinds of equipment that could be shared between municipalities. Not to say West Grey doesn't need its own resources as well, but there might be some underutilized piece of equipment that we could share with our neighbors. And I'll just leave that as a thought. Thanks very much, Mayor Robinson.
Thank you. Councillor Hergert.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. To Mr. McKenzie, thank you as well for joining the committee and bringing forward these thoughtful recommendations. I do have a question about the revenue that would come from the signs. I anticipate that if somebody's speeding, we send them a ticket. Is that how this apparatus works?
Through you, Your Worship. No, actually, it's not. One of the, and that's an important distinction that we should make here. We have certainly discussed at different times during the course of our mandate, what's known as speed radar signs or speed radar enforcement signs. The best example of this that I'm personally aware of is in the city of Toronto right now, where they are using several of these applications to do exactly what you said. So the sign is in existence. It projects the speed that the vehicle is traveling, and obviously those who are traveling over the limit are issued a ticket by mail. So that is not what we're talking about here. What we're talking about is simply an awareness piece, so that the sign is showing the driver a visual display that gives them the indication of their speed and a reminder, if you will, that they're going too fast and they need to slow down. So in terms of the enforcement piece of it, we discussed this at great length, and the issue around that is primarily cost. There's a very large administrative cost that goes along with that, with having that type of system. And unfortunately, the way under the Provincial Offences Act, the money from any of the speeding fines for that are provincial funds, not back to the municipality. So now that's not to say we've closed the issue. We do have on our agenda for January an individual who we're going to be inviting to attend and speak to us about potential funding from the province, and we're certainly going to look at other options around that. But at this time, the reason we looked at simply the speed radar signs is a money factor. We don't have the cost to set up the system, to administer the system, and then we wouldn't have any revenue from that system to help offset those costs. So I hope that answers your question. Okay.
I was familiar with the revenues going to the province, so I just wanted to clarify what type of piece of equipment we were getting. And this is just the one that flashes and says slow down in your speed. Is that what we're looking forward to?
That's correct. Again, through you, Your Worship, there are lots of different examples of these types of signs out there. We have the one that's in existence that I'm aware of in the town of Durham right now. We have the ones that you see going into the town of Hanover, etc. So basically a sign that is triggered by radar, measuring the speed of your vehicle and giving that visual display to the driver of what your current speed is. And hopefully, we always look to drivers to follow the rules of the road. In most cases, these signs serve as a reminder to people to say, oh, I didn't realize I was, 5 or 10 kilometers over. And in instances where people disregard the signs or purposely try to accelerate them to see how high they can get the number to go, that's where the enforcement piece comes in. And obviously we're at the we hope that the police service can help provide that support, but as Councillor Shea remarked earlier, it's not feasible to expect that to happen 24/7 obviously, but through time, through some education and with the enforcement piece as well, we hope that these signs are going to make some difference and serve as a reminder for people of what our speed limits are and just to encourage drivers to slow down a little bit.
Thank you. Thank you for that comprehensive response to the inquiry. Councillor Townsend, I think you are the last one on the list before I call the question.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to clarify the answer to the one question that was asked directly about coordinating with other municipalities. And we are looking to have a conversation with the Traffic Coalition that is in the process of being set up, that is in the region. So hopefully that will move us along further along that line. And the other thing that's important is that from an enforcement perspective, the chief of police, Rob Martin, was in fact involved in that discussion, and he was highly supportive of going this route. So we're confident that we will get the level we need to determine whether or not this is effective, and we believe it will be, and that will be what comes out at the other end. So I just wanted to make sure those 2 points were clear because they were raised. So thank you very much. Thank you.
This is a very
Rob.
good recommendation, and I know there'll be future recommendations coming forward from this ad hoc committee. So we've had everyone speak to this. I'll call the question then. All those in favor indicate with a check mark. Those opposed with an X mark. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of this motion. Councillor Hutchinson,
Councillor Hutchison, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton,
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, pardon me, Clerk Sharbuck?
I think Deputy Mayor Hutchinson has lost his
Oh.
connection.
Okay, that's fine. Then I will go to, I'm hoping that he comes back on, Councillor Shea,
Councillor Shea, yes.
Councillor Hergert,
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Townsend,
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
Deputy Mayor, are you there now? All right, then, motion carried on this. And again, thank you very much, Robert McKenzie, Chair of this ad hoc committee, for coming out. Very much enjoyed the presentation and the responses to our inquiries. The committee's doing a really fantastic job, and we look forward to any other recommendations you can bring forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. I appreciate your support and the support of the council and staff, and we'll certainly keep you apprised as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, members of council, I'm just going to ask, are you now ready for lunch? And if you are, could you give me a check mark? Or I know from previous meetings you have asked to have lunch around noon, but I absolutely will factor in if we have citizens or anybody else that wishes to speak. And that's what we've done in this case. Okay, so everybody seems to be fine with the break. What time are we at? So we will have lunch for the half hour and come back at 1:30 sharp. Please, I'd like to start at that time. And as I mentioned already, as we are now on recess for lunch, we do have Harold McKnight, one of our citizens, who will be entertaining us through for a couple festive Christmas songs as we move to our lunch. Thank you very much. And Harold, thank you for being here. And also thank you for waiting. I'm certain that you find the dialogue of council most interesting, but now I know that. And now we're looking forward to some Christmas cheer. Thank you.
I'm very impressed with what I saw today. Very impressed. The council meetings are still going on regardless of COVID.
Thank you. Yep.
I had to take my mask off because I don't have to see when I play because I play by ear. But I was getting so fogged up. And I have had a COVID test and it came back negative. And the doctor asked me what I thought of it. It's not, I said, sensational. Well, he said, that's the first time we've ever heard it described that way. just like to play a Christmas carol. I'll let you continue with your lunch. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Harold. Thank you very, very much. We appreciate that. Happy New Year as well. Okay. Okay. Take care. Thank you. Members of council, can you just identify that you are here, and I acknowledge that you adhere to the 1:30. We're just waiting for staff. I know our CIO was just working on something. We can move ahead if we do have a quorum. 5, 6, yes. Okay, so we do have a quorum before us. Madam CIO, are we ready to roll? And the recording, is it going?
Through Madam Mayor, yes, I see that the recording is active.
Okay, so we do have an active recording. Thank you very much for that. So I'm calling our meeting back to order. A well-deserved lunch. We've been dealing with a number of issues that need decisions on this particular council agenda. So we are now going back to item 11.4, which is Source Protection Committee minutes of October 25th, 2019. I think that is just a listing. And I believe just as the Economic Development Committee minutes were there as well. So if there's any comment on those minutes, then Clerk Scharbeck, as I just see some hands, we're just dealing with 11.4 for source water protection minutes. I'm going to see if there's any questions on that. And then I think perhaps we would, after any questions, go to the recommendation, which is at the bottom of item 11 for the minutes and reports to be considered for approval, okay? But with regard to item 11.4 Source Protection Committee minutes of October 25th, 2019, is that actually correct? Could be. As I'm looking that up, I'm going to go to Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, Councillor Hutchinson, and that was my question. We're receiving minutes from 2019, and then I see in the minutes, it says the next meeting was March 2020, and I don't believe we received those minutes. So I'm just curious why it's taking so long to get minutes from this committee.
Clerk Scharbeck, do you have any response to that? If not, I could follow up at SVCA, but to you?
I have no information other than what we received from them, although they don't meet frequently.
That's true.
And the March minutes may not have been approved.
Mm-hmm. Oh, good point.
They send their approved minutes. So other than that, I'm not sure. We can reach out to them and see if we're missing something.
Okay. But at this point, certainly I'll do the reach out anyway, regardless, for timing of minutes. And then I'm going to suggest we would be aware of any process by which they're following in terms of their routine for minutes. But Clerk Scharbeck, these minutes then are obviously on the agenda, but they're appropriately before us to receive. Yeah. Okay. All right. With that, Councillor Hutchinson, anything further?
No, that's it. Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Hergert, then. I'm just going to write a note down.
I was looking for an update from the Economic Development Committee. I understand there's been a resignation, and I just wanted to have that update from council to the public.
Okay, so that's on 11.1, Economic Development Advisory Committee minutes of November 5th, 2020. The staff designate is CIO Johnston. Would you provide a report, please, a verbal report, please?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, and to the councillor's question. There have been 2 adjustments to that committee. You will see that in a upcoming bylaw to note the changes. One member has stepped down and is going to be the representative from Saugeen Economic Development Corporation, and another member has resigned. We still have enough to carry on. There's at least 5 or, well, actually, we've got a couple new members, so I believe there's 6 or 7 members still. So we're able to carry on with our work.
Okay, anything further?
I was curious, would this be the time that our council rep would also give some sort of update to us or not?
Clerk Sherbeck, where's that on the agenda?
Through you, Your Worship, the minutes of November 5th, Advisory Committee minutes of November 5th are included on the agenda as 11.1.
Yeah.
So if, I think there has been a meeting since then, but we don't have the approved minutes received from that yet.
Okay, thank you.
And
And
that's where we're
we
at.
just have confirmation from our CAO that that is in fact correct, of course. Thank you. All right, so that's the information that we have to date. Is that correct? Okay.
I guess what I'm looking for is where's the space for our council representatives? I believe that we have 3 on this committee. When would be that opportunity for any of them to give an update? That's what I'm looking for. Thank you.
Yeah, Clerk Sherbeck.
Through you, Your Worship. Thank you, Councillor Herger, for just clarifying as we are sort of transitioning into having these committee minutes, committee and board minutes and reports all encompassed in one area on our agenda. And this would be the time if there was a council rep that wanted to speak to their respective committee, this would be the time to do that. If there's minutes included in the package, that may be all the information there is, and there's nothing further to add. Sometimes, and I believe Councillor Shea did this with the Accessibility Committee, he presented a report with some recommendations prior to the approved minutes getting here. So that that was an important report piece, but this is the time for committee reps to speak if there's something to report back.
Well, thank you for that clarity, Clerk Sharbeck. And I do note that on the last council agenda, I did note that during this time, I would be asking if there's any other questions or rather updates from committee or board representatives. And we're just in that transition stage. I know through when we do get our revised procedural bylaw, that there will be an actual identification under the agenda at that time. So that's a clarity for council and citizens. So Councillor Herger, do you have a question on a committee?
No, I have one of my own committee is that we will be having a meeting on the 17th to approve the Elmwood Fire Board chief. And so that's a new thing since this agenda has come out. And so we just want to make sure that we've captured that as well.
Okay, that's perfect. And I do know that I think it was at the last meeting, we did approve the appointment bylaw for the Elmwood Fire Chief. So that bylaw, yeah, has come before this council. All right, thank you for that clarity and that piece of information. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Actually, I had made a couple of notes on comments regarding economic development that I was going to ask to speak to as well. So,
Please
but I was going to do
proceed.
it part of my communication.
Oh,
right, because I think that's where we said we could also do it. But anyway, I'll do it here. And as you know, we did talk about the 2 step downs. The SDAC rep stepped down because he actually should not be a member, because he would have a conflict being a member of that, but will still attend in an advisory role. So someone will always be there, either him or another alternate that could show up. We had a new member join the council approved as you know.
excuse me, Councillor Townsend, I've just been advised by the clerk that she wishes to make a comment. Please excuse me, Clerk Sherbeck.
Through Your Worship, I just want to be careful as we proceed that if we're discussing personal matters about an identifiable individual, then it would be appropriate to go in closed session for that discussion.
Yes, I understand.
Thank you, Clerk Sherbeck. Please proceed, Councillor Townsend.
Thank you. And so council knows that there was a new member that joined as well, as was implied by the CAO. In addition, some of the focuses is working to put how we welcome new businesses, attract new business, Obviously, our strategic planning for the EDAC committee will be moving forward, and other such activities around that strategic plan, whatever that may mean. So that's all I was going to say. So,
Okay, well, thank you for all of that information.
you're welcome.
Okay, I'm not seeing anybody else at this point. Clerk Sharbuck, could you please read the recommendation then?
Through you, Your Worship, the recommendation is that minutes and reports not otherwise dealt with are hereby received.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson, are you moving this motion?
Councillor Hutchison, yes, I move the motion.
Councillor Hamilton, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Hamilton, I second the motion.
All those in favor indicate with a check mark. Those opposed indicate with the next mark. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of this motion. Councillor Townsend.
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
Councillor Hergert.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Shea.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hutchison, in favor.
Motion carried. We're now moving on to item 12, miscellaneous. If you could clear your dashboard. Councillor Hutchinson, before I move along, you've got your hand up. Councillor?
It's actually Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, Mayor
Oh,
Robinson.
pardon me. You've got
That's
your hand
okay.
up.
I have called in. I seem to be having some issues. So if I'm going to participate through the phone, I'll have that on. So if you're looking where I went, I do have it connected on my phone. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for letting me know and letting all of us know. If you do lose connection, I'll look for the call back through a phone. And if there's any assistance through staff that you require, and that goes for anybody that needs assistance that way. Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for that.
If I may, Mayor Robinson, I'm signed in under the 4-7s. So I'm going to stay signed in through that in case my internet drops me again. So I'll be kind of double dipping here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
That's good. Appreciate that. On item 12, and Councillor, or actually Deputy Mayor, if you could take your hand down, and that won't interfere with your broadband. Thank you for that. 12.1, items requiring action. We do have two. The first one being 12.1.1, Peter Julian MP, new Westminster Burnbury request for support for Bill C-213, the Canada Pharmacare Act. Clerk Sharbuck, is there some comment you wish to make before I go to council on this, please?
Through your worship, the Member of Parliament is asking council to endorse Bill C-213, the Canada Pharmacare Act. That is the request in this.
Council, do you wish to endorse? Do you wish to receive, or something completely different than that? Councillor Hamilton?
Councillor Hamilton, I wonder if we could have staff bring back a resolution of support at our next council agenda. And that would give us a bit of time to do a bit more research. But I at this point, based on what I know so far, I am supportive of it. So my motion would be that staff bring a resolution of support to the next council agenda, please. Thank you.
Okay. Is there a seconder for this? I'm just looking on my dashboard. Councillor Shea, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Shea, I'll second that motion.
And I like the approach here because that does give staff time to thoughtfully write something down. It also puts it back on the agenda in the public format and a lot of transparency. So I see where we're going with that. So questions now, because we have a motion on the floor. Councillor Hergert.
Yes, I have a question probably to staff. What is the timeline on this? When would we expect this to come back?
Clerk Sharbuck.
Through you, your worship, the next regular council agenda is January 19th. So there would be a motion of support or a recommendation to support this on that agenda.
Okay.
And we have several staff reports that are due. Could I ask our CAO, we have time to prepare a motion that would be supportive?
Madam CAO.
Through you, Madam Mayor, thank you for the question, Councillor. My understanding is we are just drafting a resolution for Council's consideration.
Yeah.
There is no staff report expected, so I think we'll be fine. But thank you for asking.
Yeah, good for clarity. I'm just looking for clarity for all members of council, so you know what you're voting on. And we also have the dialogue so that our citizens that are listening in now or may wish to reference this video at another time. I'm not seeing any other questions, so I am going to call the question on it. All those in favor indicate with a check mark. Those opposed with an X mark. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of this motion. Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hutchison in favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson in favor.
Councillor Shea.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Councillor Hergert.
Councillor Hergert, no.
Pardon me?
Councillor Hergert, no.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend. Councillor Townsend?
Councillor Townsend in favor.
Thank you. Motion carried. So now we're dealing with item 12.1.2, request from Nikki May regarding Bill 229, Schedule 8. Clerk Sherbeck?
Through your worship, this Nikki May has provided correspondence that she sent directly to the Premier and Minister, as well as to Bill Walker. And the request of council is, if you feel there is some action you can take, please take the following into your considerations. The following being her correspondence directly to the provincial bodies mentioned. So I'm not sure, I think there may be another, I think regarding the, it's not Section 8, it's Schedule 8 to Bill 229.
If
Is
it's
perhaps what she's referring to?
okay, I do
I'm
know
not sure.
if it's Schedule 8 on Bill 229 that's dealing with the Crown Forest sustainability.
Yes.
Is that?
Yes.
Yeah. So I do know that that's the reference, if I might. All right. How does council wish to deal with this? Councillor Hamilton, please.
Mayor Robinson, I would respectfully receive the request and thank the citizen for bringing it forward, because there will be an opportunity to discuss in more detail with my notice of motion regarding the same issue later in the meeting.
Very good.
Okay.
Okay, Councillor Hamilton move. Is there a seconder? All right. Councillor Townsend, are you seconding?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'm seconding the motion.
Questions? All those in favor then indicate with a check mark. If you're not in favor, indicate with an X mark. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of this motion. Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hutchison in favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson in favor.
Councillor Shea.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Councillor Hergert.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Councillor Townsend, yes.
This motion does carry. All right. Item 12.2, items of information. They are listed as follows. 12.2.1, Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority 2021. It does say executive committee meeting dates, members of council and those citizens listening in. These are the dates for the board of directors, not the executive committee. So I just want you to so note that. Item 12.2.2, Saugeen Mobility and Regional Transit Letter to Partner Municipalities and 2021 Budget. Also 12.2.3, letter from Pat Cotterill, Saugeen Cedars Family Campground regarding changes to the Conservation Act Bill 229. 12.2.4, resolution, Municipality of Maramora and Lake regarding accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act website support. And 12.2.5, resolution, City of Quinte West regarding Bill 229 project, 229, Protect, Support, and Recover from COVID-19 Act. With all of this information, first we'll put the motion on the floor. Clerk Sharbeck, could you please read that?
Through you, Your Worship, the recommendation is that all correspondence items not otherwise dealt with are hereby received.
Okay, is there, at this point, I would also ask if there's any item to be pulled from this matter, or is it just to ask at this stage, Clerk Sharbeck, because we're working through a transition on these information items. What is the next step? I want clarity for everyone.
The next step, if somebody would like an item addressed separately or some action taken on correspondence for information, then it would be an appropriate time prior to moving the recommendation to receive them.
See how timely I am in my questions. So at this point, members of council, are there any items from the information correspondence list that you would like pulled? And we'll so note that, and then we'll deal with the mover and seconder for the motion. All right, we have a listing here. Councillor Hergert.
Smart transit, please.
Okay. Okay, do you not, first of all, can we just pull the items and then deal with them? Or are you looking for specifically what we're dealing with them? Clerk Sharbeck.
I would look for specifically dealing with them in order. And then the very last resolution in this section would be capturing everything that hasn't been dealt with as an item to be received.
That sounds fine.
Okay.
We've got clarity for all members of council on the pathway forward. As you know, this is a transition agenda. I just want to make sure procedurally we're fine, but also clarity of process. All right, Councillor Hergert, you have pulled item 12.2.2, Saugeen Mobility and Regional Transit Letter to Partner Municipalities and 2021 budget. Please proceed.
Yes, thank you. I've brought this up at previous meetings. I believe that now we have a transit service throughout Grey County. And because the default to that would be a smart transit, like if someone needed accessible transit, they would just, Grey County would contact SMART. And so I'm left considering, why would the lower tier municipalities also be paying for a service when now transportation, especially of this magnitude, is being dealt with at the county level? And so I just seek that we would really review these numbers. There was a great article in the newspaper this last week too, and it doesn't seem like it's an ongoing viable project for us as lower tier municipalities to be working on our own. I definitely look forward to Councillor Hamilton's update. This is something that, if I lived in Grey Highlands, just say I lived in Grey Highlands and I needed accessible transit, then the county would be paying for smart transit, not the lower tier municipality. So I ask council to keep this consideration in mind as we move forward for the next budget year too. It looks like the reserves are being depleted. We don't have the ridership this year, obviously, obvious reasons why we don't have that. But thank goodness the deficit was kept as nominal, as low as it could be this year. We need to work on this transition, and I beg the leadership of this council to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. I do want to say that at last week's Grey County Committee of the Whole meeting, there was a report. There is a recommendation, which I will read out loud. It still needs to go to council for consideration, at county council, that is. But I can tell you that at Grey County, there is the GTR, which is it is the Grey Transit Route, GTR, and there is now the motion that's gone forward for a recommendation at County Council that we have an accessible service at Grey County. So when an individual does call in, the information is taken and it is given to the Home and Community Support Service, and they will, the ride will be booked, and then the bus will follow the other designated GTR bus, but the service is point to point. So the pickup is at the designated bus stop and the drop off would be at a designated bus stop. So I wanted to provide that information to council. And I also do want to just read what the recommendation was. The recommendation was through the staff report. I'm just calling that up on my iPhone at this point. Okay, there we go. I do want council to see this. Okay. Okay, so this is dealing with CAOR-CW0121, Community Transportation Accessible Service, just by way of reference for one and all. And it was that the report that I just referenced, Community Transportation Accessibility Service be received, and that the GTR Accessible Parallel Service, as outlined in the report, commence operation in 2021. So that's the updated information that I have at this point. Thank you for that. Now, Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and thank you, Councillor Hergert, for raising it. This is the time to talk about SMART. We've got this on the table, so I appreciate the conversation. So I did just want to loop back and echo what Mayor Robinson brought. Thank you, Mayor Robinson, for bringing that to the table. I did watch the Grey County conversation as well. So what Grey County has is a fixed transit route. They do not offer pickup from home or pickup at a store, which we call point-to-point. So Grey County offers conventional transit that's on a set schedule, on a set route. Individuals would still need to get to that route, and they would require a service like SMART or like Home and Community Service. So SMART has not been replaced. What SMART can do and does do very well is point-to-point service. They go to an individual's home or residence and take them to where they need to go. So the Grey County service is not replacing what SMART does. So there's still a great need for what SMART does at this time. And then also just to note, our reserves are not depleted. When I came on board, our reserves, when I started on board, were depleted. We're actually in a much healthier position this year. And that's per the letter that we are replenishing our reserves. So I just wanted to make that clear too. And that SMART's been very, the SMART board's been very proactive in getting through this COVID crisis that we're in, and financially we'll be in a good position at year end. And as your representative on the board, continuing to work with the board to find efficiencies, and we've found some efficiencies in our scheduling. And our next step as a board is to look at our fleet size and administration costs. So I want to share that with West Grey Council, that your board is actively working to deliver a professional service for our clients that is in scale and scope to what our municipalities require. Thank you, Mayor Robinson.
Thank you. And I think if there is an opportunity that within Grey County and having that conversation with SMART, I think that's most appropriate in terms of, that we're looking at reducing any duplicate specialized service. I do know, based on what I just said, it's prompted another thought with Councillor Hamilton. Please go ahead.
I'm sorry, Mayor Robinson. I did want to share that council had requested that SMART delegate to council. And so our SMART chair has put a request in to delegate, and we're just waiting to firm up that day and time, but that's also coming. So there'll be another conversation coming for council. Thank you.
Yeah, we're just starting the conversation for certain. I'm going to say, Councillor Shea, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Worship. I wanted to pull, just the Lake Marmora letter vis-a-vis funding for making websites accessible.
Please continue.
So you'll recall that I introduced a notice of motion which was passed in, I believe, June of 2020, that stated, be it resolved that the Municipality of West Grey does recommit to identifying mechanisms by which all previously publicly available documents, as well as future council business documents, will be made accessible and available to the public by January 1st, 2021. and that staff will prepare a report by September 15th, 2020, outlining options to achieve this. We have had discussions between that motion and now about the state of the documents on the website, and we've been told that documents are not being posted because they are not in an accessible format, and so therefore they cannot be made available to the public. We've been told that previously available documents would be posted to the website on an as needed or as requested basis. And I understand that staff is doing what they can to sort of grapple with this policy and technology debacle. But my request, our council's request, was that staff would outline a plan by which this could be achieved. What we have gotten received instead is we've gotten reassurances that things are getting better. We don't know when we will reach the targets that we established by adopting this notice of motion, but I'm fairly certain that part of the problem will be lack of resources. So this motion by Marmora Lake seems to be in part addressing the lack of resources problem. So I think we should support that in an effort to ensure that West Grey gets to the target that was adopted in that notice of motion. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So in supporting the municipality of Marmora and Lake, Clerk Sharpak, is it at this point a mover and seconder to endorse the resolution at hand? Please comment.
Through your worship, it's council's wish to simply support the resolution that's been provided, or to have a West Grey motion of support on the next agenda.
Councillor Shea, how do you
Either
wish
one.
to proceed on this based on what the clerk has responded?
Yes, I would move that, or I would recommend that if I didn't get it. Is that a recommendation, or?
Are you moving support of the resolution at hand, or are you looking? Okay.
If that's what the clerk was suggesting, then yes.
Yeah, she gave two options. So thank you, Councillor Shea, as moving it. So then I'm going to ask for a seconder, and I do see Councillor Hamilton's check mark up. Is that correct as a seconder?
Yes, Mayor Robinson, that's correct. I'll second the motion. Thank you.
Okay, so we do have a motion on the floor for support the resolution from the municipality. Is there any questions or comments on here? Councillor Shea?
Yes, so just to follow up on my preamble, we did request a report from staff in September on this issue, which is still outstanding. I won't push the issue at this point, but I will be bringing that up again. So if staff wants to prepare for that question.
Oh yes, your comment has not faded by any means. I was going to call the question on this and then look to the clerk just for, or rather to the CAO, just in terms of a response to that inquiry. Okay, so all those in favor of the motion to support the resolution from this municipality, use a check mark. Those not in favor, use an X mark. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of this motion. Councillor Townsend.
Councillor Townsend in favor.
Councillor Hergert.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Shea.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson in favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
And Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hutchinson in favor.
That motion does carry. Now, if you could please clear your dashboard. Madam CAO, a response to the inquiry, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor, for raising the question. My understanding or my recollection is that in the summer we council passed a resolution for staff to secure 2 licenses with Equidox software to do the conversion of our historic files, and to put an inventory of bylaws that we are working on, and once they are remediated, they would then be posted and we would work through that list. That has happened. So in light of that direction, we weren't intending on bringing a report in September because we had direction in August to carry on with that work. And the clerk may want to add more. She's taking the lead on this, but other documents have been going through that Equinox remediation as we work toward repopulating our website.
Sure, then.
Your worship. Yes, that's my recollection as well, that the report back on the Equinox software and the plan with the library of documents on the website to be remediated as possible, but at least the library was there that people could ask for it in the interim until they were remediated. At this time, we're working with 2 licenses for the Equinox software, and we have 2 staff members that have worked with it. Well, since it's been purchased quite extensively. So all of the attachments, all of the correspondence in your council packages are going through that software to be remediated. And that's drawings, maps, planning applications, anything in your package that comes to us in a format that's not accessible for a page reader is being processed through that since we purchased it in August. So those 2 staff members now, we've had some time with it. They've become quite experts. And the plan for the new year is to do an in-house training session so that they can not really take their show on the road, but take it around the office and visit each department so that each department has a support person that is also familiar with using the software. And we continue to make sure all our documents are accessible moving forward. At the same time, it'll allow for more people, more hands available to remediate historical documents at a little bit quicker pace once we get more staff trained on it. But that's where we're at this point. So good plans for going forward, but we are definitely making good use of that software, every package.
Okay, Councillor Shea.
Thank you for that. That is helpful. I understood that software was to remediate archival documents. I think it was last week at a planning meeting, we were told that while we previously got drawings with planning applications, we weren't getting them anymore because they weren't accessible. So you're saying that software would be making will be making those drawings available and accessible as well?
Clerk Sherbrooke. Moving forward, yes, we can only make accessible what we get, what we receive. The maps that you see on a lot of the planning documents, they're a little bit different. There isn't verbiage for a page reader. It would more be a tag to identify what that item is, that it's a map, so that somebody with a page reader would know that it's a map, and they can ask for it in a different format if they like, but that's about it for getting included in the package. So moving forward, all attachments, yes, should be able in one way or another to be attached as accessible. There are some that are a little bit more complicated. Anything scanned is a little bit more complicated. And again, I'll be very clear that I'm not one of the 2 experts of the software. So I can certainly get more information. Lindsay Glazier and Jonathan Settle are in-house experts that will also be our accessible document coaches in the new year.
Do you have any idea of when we could expect that all of our past and future documents will be accessible? Do you think that will be in the next 12 months?
I think for sure the documents we're using, we've been working very hard to get every document in our council packages accessible for the last few months now. There have been occasional misses or items that have been received late that we haven't got perfected quite yet, but every package should be totally accessible. And I think it has been for the most part. As far as the historical documents, I truly hope neither of those 2 staff members has a whole lot of extra time on their hands, but as we coach and teach and mentor other staff members, it does allow for a lot more hands on deck to get those historical documents done. I'm not sure of the volume of historical documents right offhand. It seems like there's thousands. So I think we're starting with the priority documents, the ones that are of interest to the public, the bylaws that were on the website. And yeah, just trying to prioritize and work through that list. But a time frame, I think we'll be going a long time, reaching back. Sorry, I don't have a time.
Okay. Well, I'll just reiterate that you said all the documents in our council package, or nearly all, are accessible at this point. That one of the strategies that we adopted to make sure that things were accessible was by removing them. So when we discovered we had inaccessible documents on our website, we fixed the problem by taking the documents off the website. So I'm just nervous that you're saying our council packages are full of accessible documents, because the documents that are not accessible are being left out and we're not getting them as part of our council package.
Thank you, through you, Worship. Thank you for that, Councillor Shea. I want to be very clear that the new website was developed and launched as its own project. So at this point in time, there is a library of documents on the website that we're working through to get accessible. And we had talked about that, I think, when we got the Equinox software. So while those documents are being remediated, people at least know they exist and they can call for them. So that was part of the problem. Was it was suggested that people didn't know what they couldn't see, right? So the library is there that we're working through, priority being bylaws, policies, procedures, those council documents. But the council packages, no, nothing's being removed.
Okay, that's good.
If there's no way to make it accessible, we will have to put a tag on it and describe the document. And that will allow anybody who needs it in an alternate format to ask for it. But nothing's being removed specifically to avoid an accessibility challenge. We're working hard through those challenges. And I think doing pretty good on the documents, getting them accessible. But you're not missing things because of accessibility requirements.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I do want to note, and it does fall within this discussion of documents, website, etc. Let's not forget that I did ask that this council receive training on our new website, and in that it become a public training session so that any citizen that wished to listen in could do so. I know that it was scheduled earlier on, I believe in December, or maybe the end of November. Notwithstanding that, the timing didn't fit on that agenda. So I'm looking to Madam CAO for the scheduling. I believe you identified with my inquiry that it would be in January, but I'd like that publicly known. So could you please respond to that?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor, we are contacting eSolutions to confirm that their availability to come back and walk us through the new website. And to Councillor Shea's inquiry, I've just received copies of the minutes, and the resolution was that we were to remediate records from January 2018 onward and have those posted to the website. So that's the timeline that we're looking at.
Okay, thank you. And I would ask that when the training session has been confirmed, whether it's a particular agenda or the date and time, that be circulated to members of council and advised and communicated out to the community as well. I expect there will be interest in that. So thank you. Councillor Shea, you still have your hand up. I'm just checking with you.
Yes, I was just wondering if the CAO could give me the date of those minutes, because that doesn't jive with the notice of motion that I introduced.
Okay, Madam CAO, please.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. This was a staff report that was brought on August 4th. So it would be the minutes that correspond to that meeting.
Okay, and that was passed as a resolution or adopted by a resolution of council?
That's correct. If you like, Councillor, I could forward this copy of these minutes to you as well.
If it's not any trouble, thank you.
Right here. No
Okay.
trouble. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so we've dealt with 12.2.4, and we had additional information on that. Members of council, is there any other miscellaneous correspondence, actually items of information that need to be pulled? Seeing none. I double checked. Clerk Charbot, could you please the recommendation that is listed on the bottom of item 12, please?
Through you, Your Worship, the recommendation is that all correspondence items not otherwise dealt with are hereby received.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Shea, are you moving this motion?
Councillor Shea, I move that motion.
Councillor Townsend, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'm seconding the motion.
All those in favor indicate with a check mark. Those opposed indicate with an X mark. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of this motion. Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Shea.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Councillor Hergert.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
That motion does carry. Item 13, routine department reports. Clerk Sherbuck, there's none on this point. That is then an NA. Item 14, future committee meetings. There is a list before you, members of council. Is there anything to add or any edits at this point? Clerk Sherbuck.
Through you, Your Worship. 14.3, the Economic Development Advisory Committee meeting will be held on January 11th, 2021, but I believe the start time is 9 a.m., not 9:30.
Okay.
I just wanted to make that note out loud.
So noted. Anything further? Members of council. Councillor Shea.
And I think we can delete item 14.1.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm not seeing anything further. Then we will move along to item 15, which is communications from mayor and members of council. The first thing top of mind for me is because this is our last regular council meeting, I do want to extend best wishes and thank you to our first responders. Thank you very much for keeping our community safe and for everything you do. Thank you to everyone connected with the Durham Hospital and the other area hospitals that take care of our West Grey residents and our visitors to the area as well. Everyone connected with the food bank and our community organizations. The work that you do is certainly commendable, and I wish to acknowledge that during this time right now. I also want to say thank you to everyone, our citizens, our business owners, absolutely everyone, for your commitment and diligence to the public health protocols during this pandemic. Thank you for shopping local and just supporting our community overall. So those are just some words that I wish to share with you during this time. January 25th, 2021, I will be chairing a concurrent session at Roma. I just wanted to let members of council know that. Anybody listening in as well. The concurrent session is the community safety and well-being plans. There is a panel discussion. There will be questions and responses following that. I wanted you to know about that in particular. Also, we have a fabulous event that's going on right now that was developed by our recreation manager, Cody Hewlett, and that is the Festival of Lights Tour. I participated in this with my husband the other night. It runs December 1st, 2020 to January 4th, 2021. I don't know if you can see it on my phone, but there is a tour of beautiful festive lights, Christmas lights, in the area of Ayton Ayton Centennial Hall, Ayton Arena, the Neustadt Arena Hall, Elmwood Lions Park, West Grey Municipal Office, Durham Heritage Bridge, and Vickers Park Pavilion. Let's not forget the Santa Claus Parade this Saturday, 7 p.m. to 9 p.m., which is annually, and it's a heritage, in my opinion, Santa Claus Parade that is hosted by our Durham Firefighters Association. And we've been asked to, when we participate in this drive-through Santa Claus Parade, if you could bring a donation or a non-perishable food item. That's all I wish to say now. I know there's lots that we wish to comment on as we move along the virtual horseshoe. And I will start with Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hutchison, yeah, I don't have a lot to report other than I'd like to thank the CBC for the decorations of the lights and the greenery that's on the bridges and around the town. So thank you to them for all their work, and looking forward to the parade this Saturday at the community center, and wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a safe New Year.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I just want to acknowledge what a busy time of year this is for council and staff on our various committees and getting ready for budget time. And so I just want to extend how much I appreciate all the energy and effort from staff and my colleagues and all the good work that you're doing and bringing us into the new year. So thank you to staff and council. I appreciate the time that we're all putting in. I also wanted to mention, as was mentioned earlier during comment period, I have been receiving concerns from community members regarding communication and engagement for the draft official plan update. And so in response, I'll be bringing a direct motion forward later this meeting, just an effort to address these concerns. I've got some ideas about how we could enhance that communication and engagement. So I look forward to bringing that forward later in the meeting through a direct motion. And I just want to wish everyone a very happy holiday, all my colleagues and staff and our community, and wishing everyone well and safe and a sparkly time of year. Thank you, Mayor Robinson.
You're quite welcome. Thank you for those kind words. Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. This is Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. I apologize. I've had to take my camera off for the virtual portion because my internet was weak. But I'd just like to reflect on a couple of different looks. Is the volunteers in our communities. They've done a tremendous amount of work in 2020 as they have in the past years, and I'm sure they will moving forward. All the various boards and commissions. Without all these people here, we wouldn't be a vibrant community. So the outstanding work they do, I just want to make sure that it is acknowledged. I also want to express the appreciation to all the staff and employees at West Grey in the 2020 for going beyond keep the lights on attitude. We got a lot of projects done, and I think kudos to them for thinking outside the box, excuse me, and getting things done. I guess, well, I'd like to say thank you to my colleagues on council. We've had a tough year, different things that we never really imagined is getting into a political role. But we got through it, and kudos to all of you as well. And other than that, I do have one update from economic development up this morning where I was late coming in. The top three things for economic up there for everyone to take into consideration. Housing, attainable and affordable is 2021. These are the top three. High-speed rural broadband, and transportation enhancement. Those are the top three that the county is going to work on from the economic development. And there is one new website. I don't know if everybody's aware of it. Connect with a 2jobs.ca. Go to that. It is it's quite a website. Showcases everything. And other than that, Merry Christmas to everyone. Safe and happy holidays. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shea, please.
Thank you. It's Councillor Shea. I don't have very much to add to what my colleagues have said, except to wish a happy holiday to staff who've been working very, very diligently and have to put up with us week in and week out, and to my colleagues on council and to the community at large. I think we have the idea that the end of the COVID crisis is within view, and that things will be returning to a different status. And I'm hoping that we will come out the other end of this stronger, more resilient, and more innovative. So best wishes to all for a safe and happy new year.
Thank you. Councillor Hergert.
Yes, Merry Christmas to one and all. I'll keep it short.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you very much. I've given a couple of updates as it relates to the economic development and traffic safety committees, so that's great. They're working very well. And again, thank you to the people that participate in those and other committees. I think that's amazing with the amount of support we do get. I'd also like to put a shout out for the toy drive that the various businesses within West Grey, as well as the police, are sponsoring and collecting on behalf of. I think it's a very good cause. If you can give, please do. I think it still runs to the 17th of this month. So if you do have an urge, it's not too late to contribute, and it's for a very, very worthy cause. I also will be bringing a notice of motion that for the next meeting, which will be to revise the conference seminar bylaw 72-2018, which also requires revisions because of COVID-19 and the impact on that. So you can look forward to that as well. And a very Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and Happy Holidays to those that don't practice the same as we do. And I expect 2021 will be as challenging. The last thing I heard is 50% of Canadians, if we're lucky, will be vaccinated by September of next year. So per Councillor Shea, he's absolutely right. This is not just going to go away quickly, but hopefully we will come out at the other end a lot more resilient. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. And certainly, Madam CAO and I sat in on the vaccine strategy session that we had with the Premier, the Deputy Premier, and Minister of Health. And the identification that I provided to Council was that the vaccination strategy will be all of 2021 in particular. So I just want to ensure that the citizens are aware of that, as I communicated that to members of Council. So with that, Merry Christmas to everyone, members of Council, staff, citizens, those that individuals that celebrate other festive occasions at this time, the best of the year and the best of the new year coming forward. Thank you one and all for those comments, members of Council. On item 16, there is one staff report, 16.1 actually, Director of Finance and Treasurer, 16.1.1. 16.1.1 rather, pardon me, approval of accounts, no less. Recommendation, Clerk Scharbeck.
Thank you, through your worship. The recommendation is the council approve voucher number 22-2020 in the amount of $780,299.03.
Thank you. Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you moving this motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'll move the motion.
And Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
This is Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. I will second the motion.
Director Mighton, any comments on your report, please?
Just note that the final payment on the Bruce Lambton project is included in there. It's about $258,000. Other than that, it is standard operating expenses.
Well, thank you for that very concise report, a verbal report. Councillor Townsend, please.
Thank you. Just had to get unmuted. It's Councillor Townsend. I had a question regarding a couple of entries that talk about Hydro One bills for Jackson Street and Sunvale. And I'm wondering why we're picking up expenses for Sunvale already.
Director Mighton, are you able to respond, or do I need to go to Director Schwitzky?
I will pull those, but Director Schwinsky may be familiar with some of those, where our responsibility lies versus the subdivision, but I can pull those accounts.
Okay, as you're pulling the accounts, thank you. Director Szywinski, please.
Good afternoon. Essentially, through your worship, basically what that is it's to essentially connect hydro to the Sunvale subdivision. That is essentially that connection it happens through our accounts, so to speak, and was necessary to get hydro connected to the subdivision. However, what I can do is I can look further into that and provide an explanation, a further explanation to council if that's the will of council.
Okay. Director Mighton, have you been successful in pulling that information from your file? I see that she is still looking at that. We'll just give that 1 minute before we go on to any other item. And if there is no other item that council wishes to inquire about, then I will call the vote. But that's just a pathway forward at this point. Director Mighton, thank you.
And were those, Councillor Townsend, were those Hydro 1 that they were paid to?
Yes,
Did you say? Yep, okay. I'm just trying to see if it was in the subdivider account.
Was it going to be 03019?
When you say 03019, that
It's
is.
on the first column. Remember, I'm using Excel.
Yep.
And
oh, the Excel file. Got it. Okay.
And it was on November 24th. And it is in 1-1-2000-1104. I don't know if that's the number. That's one of them.
Yep. Dash 2000 dash
1104. Yep.
1104. So that's the HST. Do you have, does it note? Just trying to find.
It's in here somewhere. There's about 3 or 4 of them in here. So just looking to see what the other ones are. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't incurring costs that we shouldn't be. If you're comfortable that we're not, then, you know, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, if it was something that was part of the subdivision agreement, then we get reimbursed through the subdivider deposits, but it might be something that was on our side of the development agreement in there. Yeah, so it's either been recouped or it is our responsibility on that one. I just can't find the ones that you're looking for at the moment.
Councillor Townsend, is that satisfactory?
Yes, that's fine. I do have one other question.
Please go ahead.
And it's for actually Director Szywinski, and it has to do with the OSIM charge. And it just reminded me that I just wondered how frequently those inspections are done.
Director Szywinski.
Through your worship, essentially those inspections are completed every 2 years on every single structure that we have that falls under OSINs, so bridges and culverts that are 3 meters in diameter or over. And so, however, those are broken up where essentially half the structures are completed in 1 year in a 2-year cycle, and then the other half would be the other year. That way, we don't we aren't billed for every, we aren't billed all at once every 2 years. We just kind of spread the cost year after year.
Okay, does that normally generate a change to your priority list of bridges?
It does. Once I receive those OSIM inspections and any recommendations from the engineer, it definitely does impact the priority of our bridges. With
I
respect
asked because I know we're going into a budget year, and I wondered whether or not you may have a different request based on that. But that's okay. We can deal with that at the budget time.
Thank you.
Great. Good, thank you. I'm not seeing any other member of council that has an inquiry about this motion before us. So all those in favor indicate with a check mark. Those opposed indicate with an X mark. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of the motion. Councillor Townsend.
Councillor Townsend in favor.
Councillor Hergert.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Shea.
Councillor Day, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson in favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hutchison in favor.
So that motion does carry. All right, item 17, bylaws, 17.1, bylaw 87-2020, inclement weather policy. Clerk Sharbeck, could you read the recommendation?
Through you, your worship, the recommendation is that council gives first, second, and third and final reading to bylaw number 87, 2020, a bylaw to approve an inclement weather policy for the Municipality of West Grey.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Shea, are you moving this motion?
Councillor Shea, I'll move that motion.
Just a moment. I have to move this. Councillor Hamilton, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Hamilton, I second the motion.
Councillor Hutchinson, you have a question?
Yes, before we vote. if I
Yes.
may.
Go ahead.
Just the couple points in the office closure and canceling services is under the policy, page 1 of 3. It mentions about the note of a closure that the CA, the mayor, and the appropriate or designated director shall approve the closures. And then further down, it talks about employees are not expected to travel to a work site when access roads are closed. Staff will be directed as follows. The second bullet says employees will leave the workplace at the direction of the CEO, director, or supervisor as applicable. I'm just wondering whether the mayor's name should be in there just as point of discussion. I mentioned some mayor up above when we're talking about office closures, but it doesn't mention it further down. And I just think if you're going to be sending people home, wouldn't it be nice for the mayor to know, so then she can maybe relay that to us regarding. So I don't know whether it's just an omission or whether you feel that it's covered there.
So I think that's fine to include it. Madam CAO, I know that how we've done it in the past and how it's incorporated into this official policy is that we would have that dialogue, and then, or if you're not here or not available, I would have the dialogue with the designate. And is that part of it, or do you feel that we need to put the mayor in that other section too? I'm fine with including it.
Through you, Madam Mayor, if I could just clarify, the section, the mayor's involvement is to assist with the decision to close the office.
Right.
The fan out would be that the supervisors would advise the staff, and the mayor then in the standard operating procedure, the last bullet says that council and police services would be advised of the closure, and that would be the responsibility of the mayor.
Yeah, and that is exactly a very smooth running process in that the CAO and the staff and the designate would deal with the internal staff, but it's the initial decision and then the communication out to the members of council that I would be responsible for. So from my perspective, Councillor Hutchinson, I feel it's adequately covered off in the policy, Madam CAO.
And if I may, as I'm looking at the last bullet where it says notify West Grey Council and West Grey Police Service of the closure or operations suspension, I would suggest that we could clarify that to say that the mayor will notify West Grey Council. If that gives you comfort, Councillor Hutchinson, that it's very clear that the mayor is involved in the decision, and then the mayor's role is to notify council and police service.
That's perfect. That works for me as well. In that, Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, I just think it's important that all people are notified as soon as possible, put it that way. I have another comment under method of notification, if I may.
Go ahead.
So I'm just wondering, in the middle of that's the next page, page 2, I think, talks about the method. The middle bulletin says all service disruption closure will be posted on the municipal website and on municipal social media challenges. I'm not sure if that includes radio, but I know that for a lot of people, especially people on the road, if something's going to be closed and they're heading to the office and they don't find out until they get it there and see a sign, like to have it on radio, I think is sometimes important. I don't know if that's being covered there.
Madam CAO, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And that's a good question, Councillor, because we gave consideration to that, and the media channels do follow our social media. So they would be, excuse me, picking that up once we post it.
Yeah, and maybe the radio picks that up from social media. I don't know. A lot of them do have their own sites. So, but it just sometimes that's a quick way to get to people, especially if they're on the roads, sort of thing.
So would you send that out, Madam CAO, to the media directly, as well as their opportunity to pick it up on the website? I think that's where the councillor is going with this.
Yes, thank you both. Yes, we would absolutely have that as part of our normal circulation on news and notices anyway. So yeah.
Anything further, councillor?
No, that's it. It's good for me.
Very good. Very good comments and suggestions as well. Councillor Townsend.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Townsend. On page 3, under the voluntary absence due to inclement weather, I know it was discussed about whether or not it would be possible for the folks to work from home if the situation was appropriate and their supervisor approved it, but I don't see any mention of that. And I wasn't sure if there was a conscious decision not to go that route or whether or not it was just missed. So that's why I thought I'd ask the question.
Good question, Madam CAO.
Through you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor, for the opportunity to clarify. I'm just looking earlier in the policy. I'm just looking for it now. We are very clear on staff that have been equipped and set up to work from home. If the decision is made to cancel or to close the office, the expectation is that they will be expected to work from home and collect their pay. Staff that are not able to work from home, there's no expectation, should we initiate the closure, that they would lose pay. The section that you're referring to, Councillor, is if staff simply feel uncomfortable driving with the driving conditions. The decision hasn't been made to close the office, but they're requesting permission to stay home. Well, there wouldn't be an expectation that they would have to work from home. They would take a vacation day or lieu time. That's the distinguishing. If a decision is made and it's of no, it's not initiated by staff, then we will compensate them and have them work from home. But if they're asking to stay home, then the expectation is that they would use their own time to make up for that lost day.
I was thinking of the situation, because I think I raised this point at last meeting, was that if someone does not want to lose the pay, doesn't have vacation, but is capable of working from home, could they request it and would that be granted? And if so, that option should be in the policy.
Madam CAO? Or is that something separate?
Through Madam Mayor, we were trying to make the distinction that if you are forced to stay home through no control of your own, that you would not be penalized for missing a day of work. If you're asking to stay home, that's a little bit different, and we would expect that you would either make up that time or use bank's time to cover that missed day.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing anything further. I will call the question. All those in favor indicate with a check mark. Those opposed with an X mark. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of this motion. Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Shea.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Councillor Hergert.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
Okay, thank you. And that is as amended with the notation, and the clerk has confirmed that. Thank you. Motion carried. We are now dealing with another bylaw. I'm just going to clear my dashboard as well. 17.2 bylaw 88.2020. Amend agreement, a term of mortgage. Clerk Scharback, could you please read the motion?
Through your worship, the recommendation is that bylaw 88, 2020, being a bylaw to amend Schedule A to bylaw 72, 2015, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you moving this motion?
This is Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. I will move the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson, are you
Councillor
seconding this motion?
Councillor Hutchinson, yes, I second the motion.
Okay, questions? Seeing no questions, all those in favor indicate with a check mark, those opposed with an X mark. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of this motion. Councillor Townsend.
Councillor Townsend in favor.
Councillor Hergert.
Councillor Herger, yes.
Councillor Shea.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hutchinson in favor.
Motion carried. Item 17.3, bylaw 89-2020, winter maintenance agreement, John Welton, custom home building and can-do homes. Clerk Scharback, could you please read the recommendation?
Thank you. Through your worship, just to note that the Schedule A to bylaw 89-2020, being the service agreement, has been amended slightly compared to the one that you received in your package. The agreement is between the corporation and Can-Do Homes. Can-Do Homes being the owner / developer of the lands. So John Welton Custom Home Building has been removed from the agreement. The agreement is with Can-Do Homes. Just for clarity, I wanted to say that out loud. And the recommendation is that bylaw 89-2020, being a bylaw to authorize entering into a winter maintenance agreement as amended, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Thank you. Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Shea, are you moving this motion?
Councillor Shea, I move this motion.
Councillor Hergert, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Herger, yes.
Questions? Councillor Townsend?
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. In section 4, it talks about the pay per hour, and I'm wondering what the pay per partial hour would be, whether it would be prorated or whether it's still 150 for an hour or any part of an hour.
Would this be a Director Sherinsky question, Madam CIO? Yes. Director Sherinsky, could you please provide a response?
Certainly, through your worship, there is no partial hour rate. It's essentially $150 an hour. There is no partial rate for any of that work.
Thank you. Under section 5, it says the owners hereby acknowledge the subject lands do not receive any municipal other services, but they do get water and sewer. And I realize right now they're not quite municipal services. I don't know whether you've assumed them or not, but it strikes me that would it be easier to say that the agreement doesn't offer any other services if that was the intent? I wasn't sure.
I think Clerk Scharback, could you comment on that?
I think Director Serinsky may be able to clarify that better than me. I'm just wondering about changing the agreement too much. It really, we haven't assumed those roads yet. That's why we have to do the winter service agreement. But perhaps Vance, you could elaborate a bit on that for me.
So certainly we would have a response from our Director Sherinsky, but in terms of changing the content of the agreement, that's why I defer to you. And just for clarity purposes. So I wonder if you could just restate that so that people understand why I went to you for that particular comment.
The agreement can have some minor amendments at this point in time and re-signed. However, before we change it, I would prefer clarity from the director himself, just if that's necessary, or if it is just understood that we haven't assumed those roads, so we don't provide other services at this time.
Thank you. Director Sherwinski now, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through Your Worship, essentially, clause number 5, the intention of clause 5 is to basically state that the subject lands receive, other than sewer and water, which is an ongoing thing, essentially that the municipality, because the subdivision has not been assumed by the municipality, that there are no other services that are currently being performed on or in that subdivision. As per your comment, Your Worship, that essentially this agreement, that's why we have this agreement here, is so that the services that are being contracted are being paid for by the developer.
Councillor Townsend.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. Further members of council? Seeing none. All those in favor indicate with a check mark. Those opposed indicate with an X mark. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of this motion. Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Shea.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Councillor Hergert.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
Motion carried. Item 17.4, bylaw 90-2020. Confirm proceedings of council. Clerk Scharbeck, please.
Your Worship, the recommendation is that council gives first, second, and third and final reading to bylaw number 90-2020, being a bylaw to confirm matters addressed at the December 8th, 2020 special council meeting and December 15th, 2020 council meeting.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hamilton, are you moving this motion?
Councillor Hamilton, I move the motion.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Hutchinson, yes, I second the motion.
Questions? Seeing none. All those in favor indicate with a check mark. Those opposed with the next mark. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of this motion. Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Shea.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Councillor Hergert.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
That motion does carry. Item 18, new business, 18.1. Notice of motion, Schedule 8 of the Provincial Budget Bill 229, Protect, Support, and Recover from COVID-19 Act. This was the motion, Clerk Scharbeck, that has been withdrawn? Or is this?
Just for clarity, Your
Yes,
Worship.
please.
The motion regarding Schedule 6 of Bill 229 related to the Conservation Act was withdrawn.
Got it.
From the December 1st, and this is a new notice of motion. However, I'd recommend that that therefore be it resolved, be a request or urge or something, so that it is not ultra vires,
Which means
out of our jurisdiction.
responsibility.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for all of that. I appreciate the clarity. This is very good. As this is a notice of motion from Councillor Hamilton, would you please be so kind as to read your notice of motion?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and thank you, Clerk, for that wording at the end. I would like that very much. So I might not capture it this time around, but let's make sure that gets in there too. So whereas the Ontario government proposes amendments to the Crown Forest Sustainability Act and Schedule 8 of the Provincial Budget Bill 229, Protect, Support, and Recover from COVID-19 Act Budget Measures 2020. Whereas the Crown Forest Sustainability Act applies to almost 2/3 of Ontario's land base, which amounts to over 70 million hectares of land that is habitat for many species at risk. Whereas Bill 229 Schedule 8 amends the Crown Forest Sustainability Act in order to exempt all forestry operations from mandatory consideration of species at risk protection and recovery as mandated by the Endangered Species Act. Whereas Bill 229 Schedule 8 removes the ability to issue orders in circumstances when there is imminent danger to a species at risk. Therefore, be it resolved that West Grey Council request that the province of Ontario repeal Schedule 8 of Bill 229, and that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to Premier Ford, Minister Phillips, Minister Yakubuski, Minister Urick, MPP Bill Walker, MPP Ian Arthur, Grey County Council, Ontario Municipalities, AMO, Conservation Ontario, Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority, and Grey Sawbill Conservation Authority. Thank you, Mayor Robinson.
Well, thank you as well. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'll second the motion.
Thank you, Townsend. Do you wish to speak to your notice of motion at this point, Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I appreciate that. I won't reiterate what's there. And I would also like to extend a thank you to Nikki May for her letter today, which speaks also to these same concerns. This was an item I was intending to bring forward last council meeting. I was going to amend my previous motion, but we ran out of time that day. And since then, the government's passed the bill. So I did give it some thought of, they've passed the bill, why raise it now? However, I did give that some thought, and I thought this is an opportunity for us to discuss it at council, to bring this to your attention, to have this conversation. And it's not too late to protest to the provincial government that if council so chooses, that we're not in support of what's occurred. I think the motion summarizes the impacts quite well. It's astounding, 2/3 of Ontario landmass is covered in forests and crown land. So it's quite significant what these changes would bring. And I also want to express my concern and, well, disappointment that these changes to species at risks and crown forests, these changes were buried in this budget bill, which meant that the legislation didn't have to be receive input as you usually would receive through Ontario's Environmental Bill of Rights. So I thought that was very unfortunate. So I hope council has had time to research the impacts, and I hope council will support this motion moving forward. Thank you, Mayor Robinson.
Well, thank you for that, and thank you for bringing this forward. And I have been, it's ongoing for me with the research, but absolutely, I have been addressing this. Now, we do have a mover. Thank you for bringing it forward, Councillor Hamilton, and a seconder, which is Councillor Townsend. Are there any questions with regard to this motion before us? I'm not seeing anything, but the clerk has raised her hand. Please go ahead.
Thank you, through your worship. I just wasn't clear on the therefore be it resolved portion of the agenda, if that had been changed.
Yes, the actually, well, Councillor Hamilton, you can speak for yourself, but I can tell you it has been changed, but please go ahead, Councillor Hamilton.
Okay, clerk, I cobbled it together, but I think I said something to the effect of, therefore be it resolved that West Grey requests that the province of Ontario. However, clerk, if you have a different word than request, I'm open to your language. Thank you.
No, I would just say that West Grey Council requests. I just want to make sure that that amendment was in there.
Oh, yeah.
Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to vote on it. So thank you. Sorry, I missed that when you read it out.
No, it's
Thanks.
Absolutely imperative that you're clear as well, Clerk Sharbach. Thank you. And thank you speaking so eloquently, Councillor Hamilton. I'm not seeing any questions or comments. So with that, members of council, I'm calling the question. All those in favor signify with the check mark. Those opposed signify with an X mark. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of this motion. Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hutchinson in favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Shay,
Councillor Shay, yes.
Councillor Hergert,
Councillor Hergert, no.
Councillor Townsend.
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
Motion carried. Are there any other new business or notices of motion at this time? Councillor Townsend.
Yes, as mentioned earlier in the meeting, it's my intent for the next meeting to bring a notice of motion for rewording, revising the conference and seminar bylaw 72-2018. It's established based on the fact that we travel to a lot of conferences and we don't. In fact, technically, we're only paid for days that we're away from home. So if you do it through Zoom, technically, you're not paid. But I've had some discussions with the COA, and the idea is to actually work on some revisions. We've got a few ideas, and we'll bring them forward at the next meeting. So I just wanted to give you the heads up on that.
Well, thank you very much for that. Councillor Hergert.
Yes, I also am providing notice of a motion that will be at an upcoming meeting. This regards Bill 229 and Schedule 30. This is regarding a vacant unit rebate.
Yep.
And while that is under the purview of the county, I believe that it is imperative at our local level that we would support a resolution and then work through the framework to bring that up to the county. And so that will be a notice of a motion at our January meeting. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that. And just on a FYI, I can tell you that Kevin Wepler, who's the Treasurer and Director of Finance at Grey County, will be preparing a report, and it will be coming, let me see, this one is coming January 2020, and it will be dealing with the vacant building rebate and addressing the schedule within Bill 229, because there is a provision that potentially it could be reverted back to the local council by way of a bylaw to address this. But FYI, in terms of a staff report coming at the county level is the reason I wanted to mention that to members of council. So thank you, Councillor Hergert, for your notice of motion. Councillor Hamilton, your hand is up, please.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Robinson. I just had a couple of process questions, which I did advise staff ahead of time just to give them a heads up. But one would be about a couple of reports, if they'd be coming in time ahead of our budget deliberations. And so I'm just looking for process or checking in on the timing of the climate action report, living wage report, and fees and charges review. Because I think those reports could have budget impacts depending on how council proceeds. Thank you.
So thank you. And I will be going to Madam CAO for that. And if you don't mind, Councillor Hamilton and members of council, I would also like to tag on the property standards and the complaint process report that we've asked for. So thank you. Madam CAO, there's a bundle of reports we're most interested in reading and then providing decision-making. When will they be coming before us?
Yes, thank you, Councillor, and thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, there's a bundle of reports, and I think the reports pending list that was attached to the organizational review also shows there's quite a list of projects in our future. I will defer to the Treasurer to speak to the rates and fees because that's actually a separate process. The climate action plan, living wage was addressed in Marianne Love's review to confirm that we're a living wage employer, but I understand that there's a different report that council's looking for to be designated a living wage employer. So you will see the financial implications of that captured in the budget. It's already in the package that's being provided. The process for being designated does not have a budget implication, so we will be bringing that at our first opportunity. Climate action plan, I need to speak with our planner to see how that's coming along with the hopes that, yes, if there are budget implications there, we will certainly get that in front of council in a timely fashion. The bylaw report on process, and I'm sorry, the other one, there was another.
It was property standards, but
yes.
Also complaint process.
Right, so as a bundle that, well, actually, I think we would actually be bringing those as two separate reports because there's we do need to make that separation with those reports. Those would be coming at a later meeting in 2021, likely February meeting, because I don't see any budget implications at this point with either of those projects.
Anything further, Councillor Hamilton?
And I just wanted to touch base. There had been correspondence for an individual about a zoning bylaw, and there'd been indication that that correspondence would very possibly hit this agenda, and it hasn't. So I just wanted to touch base with staff about, is that still coming? Is that being addressed in a different way? And has that citizen been looped into that communication as well? Thank you.
Excellent question. Madam
Yes,
CAO,
and
please.
thank you for that, Councillor Hamilton. We are still doing a little bit of research on that matter, and we will be connecting with the citizen to provide an estimated date for that. That would also be coming in February.
Okay, in February.
Thank you.
So, okay, thank you. All right, Councillor Hamilton, anything further?
No, I appreciate the update. I'll think about that. Thank you very much.
Okay. Councillor Hutchinson then.
Yeah, Councillor Hutchinson, I'm not sure, maybe I missed it, but we are going to get a hard copy of the budget information previous to the break, right?
Yes, but yes, and a hard copy is essential for those that want it. Madam CAO, a response, please, more than I've given.
Right, yes, and thank you, Councillor, for the question. I believe the treasurer is, and perhaps we could go to Ms. Mighton. Sure. I think she was asking for folks to confirm if they'd like a hard copy. I have heard from a couple councillors and I've shared that, but just to make sure that we're not making copies that people aren't going to find useful. So if we could do a poll right now, that would be really helpful.
Well, first of all, Director Mighton, is there anything further you wish to say on this at this point?
Yes, as far as I've received, everyone will would like to receive a hard copy. So I will. That is an oversight. I meant to have those out last week, and the week got away from me. So we will get those out, and I will have staff let everybody know once they're available for pickup. So I'll get that started today.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Councillor Herger, is your hand up or not?
Yes, it is. I did have a question. Councillor Hamilton had brought forward something earlier about some ideas about news and notices and notifications and so on. I have received a lot of public comment lately about how we used to have the news and notices, and how I've actually spoken to our CAO about how that was before we had a new website and we had their permission in a certain fashion. But in order to continue sending out news and notices, we really need people to go to the website and sign up for their preferences. And this is, it's not a new thing, except we have a new website. And so we have to be given that permission again. So I am hopeful Councillor Hamilton maybe had a little more to bring on that or so on. I just want to keep that right at the top, because I have had a lot of discussion lately from people about how did we get right down to the official plan, and kind of nobody knew it was coming. And actually, as a council member, we saw notification on our website or on Facebook even before we had an agenda in our inbox. So I'm just curious how that news and notice, like first off, obviously drive the public to the website and get signed up, but looking forward to more comment about how we get better communication.
Yes, and before I go to Madam CAO, something that I'm most interested in is when there is a public meeting or anything with respect to our planning, that we receive the notice, whether that's electronically or hard copy, whatever the members of council wish, but that we have that notice too of something pending, and that we know that it'll be coming to a future meeting. And it just prepares us so that if we do get inquiries from citizens, we know that there is something that is pending. All right, having said that, Madam CAO, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, for the opportunity to just add a little bit of information further to Councillor Hergert's comment that yes, please, this is a public service message. Come to our website, sign up. Staff actually did do an outreach to the former list of subscribers to ask them and advise them that that's the next that they need to take that action. That was done a couple of times in 2020. So we hope we've captured most of the previous subscribers, but please share that information in your travels and through your channels as well.
Okay, perfect. And I definitely want to say that I will be discussing this more with council and staff, but I'm looking for a, when we communicate out to our citizens and anyone else that's interested, when we're dealing with big projects or just infrastructure projects for whether it's bridges or road repairs, that area residents are notified and what that would look like, whether it's a letter to the specific area and also a notice overall to citizens that they know that work is being done. I'm putting additional thought on that in terms of what I'm thinking will be representative of citizens, but just a heads up in terms of communication outward to our CAO in order to manage that particular project. Okay, Councillor Hamilton, your hand is up. Is it to be down or up? I just don't want to ignore.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Robinson. It's up. Just to mention, I do have a direct motion when is the appropriate time. Thank you.
Okay, I will come to you as soon as I address any notice of motions. Thank you for the heads up on that one. Councillor Townsend, your hand is up.
Yes, it is. Thank you. I wanted to raise the question and clarification on process. I was quite surprised that the official plan was being presented publicly before there was any input from council to see if that's what council supported. And I just wondered why that occurred.
Okay, Madam CAO, with regard to process.
Yes, thank you, and thank you, Council, for the question. If I may, Madam Mayor, our manager of planning is in attendance at our meeting right now, so perhaps she could speak to that.
This is good. We are dealing with new items overall, and that most appropriate. Councillor Townsend, thank you for raising the question. Planner Spencer, please.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Mayor. This is the first of many public components that relate to the changing of the official plan. This will be number one. There will need to be a second special public meeting. There needs to be further circulation to commenting agencies. And then there will be a final review of the document through a public meeting and a virtual open house. So this isn't for consideration this evening. It's simply for information purposes to outline the changes that have occurred thus far and receive comment from the public and from council with respect to any concerns that may have. And Bill 229 will certainly have an impact on changes that will now need to be made to the document as well.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes, so I'll rephrase my question. Because it is so critical, because it affects the operation and the way we present council's position and desires, if you will, the municipality of which those types of activities are approved by council, I would have thought there would have been some consultation with council first before it went public. Did I misunderstand the process?
Okay. I think I'm just hearing from the clerk. She's suggesting that is a matter for this evening. Clerk Sharbach, I'm just getting clarification for process. It's a very important question, Councillor Townsend.
Yeah, I don't mind if we get an answer tonight, if that's the direction, but as long as we get an answer and understand what the process is, I think that's important.
Fair enough. Clerk Sharbach.
Through your worship, I think this evening's meeting is, as Planner Spencer advised, just a small piece of the process. And either now, if it's council's wish, or this evening at the public meeting, Planner Spencer can set out the process under the Planning Act that is required. I believe we have exceeded the notice requirements for this particular public meeting. And she can explain the steps that have happened so far in this process, where we're at now, which is receiving comments, and the next steps. So I think the planner's perspective would bring a lot of clarity to that, and it might be valuable at the public meeting this evening for members of the public that are joining us to hear that information as well, specific to the official plan process.
Councillor Townsend, would you repose your question this evening?
As I said, I'm happy to ask it again or get the answer directly, depending on whether or not it gets gets said before I ask, or whether there's a question that I should ask before the answer will be given. Either way.
Okay, well, I see that happening under item 1 on that, and I'm suggesting on the item this evening. However, the clerk may have something different she wishes to say at this point. Please go ahead.
Through you, Worship, just one comment that I believe with the public meeting specifically for the official plan, basically this first presentation of the draft official plan, not the official plan, that it would bring a lot of transparency if all of this information was brought forward at that meeting. I don't think anybody and members of the public wouldn't necessarily know that it's being discussed right now.
Okay.
So if that's fair, if we could go through sort of what's happened to date, where we're at, and next steps this evening when people know exactly what's on the agenda.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson?
Yeah, Councillor Hudson. So I guess I have a further comment on that, but maybe you can leave it till this evening. I'd just like to comment about communication. Do you want me to just leave it till this evening to discuss?
Yes, please. And
Okay.
I'm writing your name down right under Councillor Townsend's on that. Okay, thank you very much. All right. Good discussion as always on each and every item that we have. So now, direct motion that Councillor, I'm just looking here to see if there was anything on a direct motion section. So that'll be here under new business item. Councillor Hamilton.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Robinson. Is it your wish that I read my direct motion at this time?
Yes.
Okay, I'm also going to email it to you so you have a hard copy. If we were in person, I would print it out and give it to you.
I know.
So I'm going to hit send right now, and it's going to the clerk and our CEO as well, just so you can see what I'm saying.
So Councillor Hamilton, before you go further, I'm very
Yeah.
okay with you moving ahead with your direct motion. I do
Okay.
want to see with a consensus of council,
you.
if everybody else is in agreement with me. I just want to do a double check on that, and the clerk, I think that's
Thank
correct?
you.
Yes, okay. Everybody, are we fine with it? I'm looking. Seem okay? Okay, yes, please. Thank you. I needed to do that extra step. And Councillor Hamilton, please proceed.
Thank you. That following the statutory public meeting of the draft West Grey official plan update, an engagement and communication strategy will be developed in an effort to gather more community and council input for a revised draft official plan update, that the strategy include a variety of opportunities and methods of engagement, and that staff present a report to council on January 19th with the strategy and timelines. That's my motion, Mayor Robinson, and should it be seconded, I would also like to speak to the motion after. Thank you.
Yes, so you have moved it, and yes, I will be looking for a seconder. And that is Councillor Townsend, is that correct? Are you seconding?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'm seconding the motion.
Okay, and just before, it would be delightful if you speak to this direct motion, but I'm going to just ask the clerk, Clerk Sharback, do you need that motion emailed to you right now?
Sent. I just don't have access to my email right now.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
perhaps. Through your worship, staff has received the email. I can't access my email right at this moment and keep track of the eScribe and the Zoom meeting. However, the CIO assures me she has it. So we do have the wording here. I don't have it in front of me though. So perhaps if it is required to be read back, somebody could help me out with that part. Thanks.
Excuse me, Mayor Robinson, you're muted.
Please read your motion. I do apologize. I had a cough. Pardon me.
Oh, that's
no
okay.
laughing matter.
So Mayor Robinson, I have read the motion. It was seconded. May I speak to the motion?
Yes, please.
Thank you. And I did write it out just to keep my thoughts together. So I just wanted to acknowledge the time and preparation that staff have put into the official plan update that we're receiving tonight, and it's appreciated. And I also want to acknowledge that the community was notified regarding this update in accordance with the Planning Act. Due diligence has happened, but I must express my concern and the concern I'm hearing from others in our community that there wasn't enough notice, or people just didn't know about the meeting in time. And I must admit, I wasn't aware of this meeting until just a few days ago, just before the weekend. I understand it was advertised in the paper, but a lot of us don't get the paper. I don't get the paper, so I didn't know. And I know that engagement and communication and transparency are core values of our council, and we want to engage with citizens and stakeholders beyond the prescribed minimum. It's in our strategic plan, Pillar 1, work together, listen and empower, provide a variety of opportunities for stakeholders to provide feedback in person, online, or in print, and clear communication. That's part of our strategic plan. And so I'm proposing that we flesh out this process of the official plan update and that staff report back at our next council meeting with an engagement and communication strategy. I think we need more time with the document. We need to communicate more broadly, and we need to break it down into smaller pieces to have more meaningful dialogue. It's a big document to try to talk about tonight in an hour's time. And I think we need to provide different kinds of opportunities for engaging beyond a public meeting or writing in comments. So just a little thought process of what that could look like developing a communication plan, newspapers, homepage of our website, social media, news releases. Could include mapping out the milestones in the framework, including when council and community engage in the process so we can all see the layout. It could begin by engaging first with council, coming to council and talking about themes and goals, hosting community workshops centered around each goal or theme, and inviting community and stakeholders, our businesses, our community groups, our citizens. We could have surveys around each goal and theme. We should receive comments from our advisory committees of council. And then all that could come back to council in a matrix of all the comments and solutions being brought forward. And that revised draft official plan update would come to council, followed by a statutory public meeting. That's one idea that I'm sharing. I'm confident we'll get through this. We'll find a good path forward. So again, to digest this large document in a weekend and have meaningful dialogue in an hour-long evening meeting this tonight, it's just not possible. And I'm hopeful that council will support this motion with the goal of creating space for more engagement of council and community and just time to get the word out. I'd like to be able to go into tonight's meeting tonight and say to our community, this is a draft, this is our first step, and we're going to have more and varied and different opportunities to engage. Stay tuned. So I'm looking forward to hearing from my colleagues, and thank you for considering this motion. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Councillor Councillor Hamilton, for bringing this forward. Very insightful words, and certainly I'm somebody that certainly favors communication plans all over everything that we do with the municipality, but certainly when we have big projects ahead of us, and whether that is any other infrastructure type project or the official plan review as we have before us this evening, I think it's essential that there's a communication plan linked to that. It just makes a lot of sense. It's a clear path for us as members of council in our decision-making process, but it's also a clear path for our citizens so they know every step of the way where we're at. So I think that that's absolutely essential before us. Thank you for those words within your direct motion. I do see a few hands up. I'm going to go with the members of council and then loop back to staff, beginning with Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Yeah, Councillor Hutchinson. So it sounds like we're discussing this now. This was one of the things that I wanted to mention, but we said we would put it off to this evening. But since we're into it, I would just like to say that I support what Councillor Hamilton's saying. I think part of the issue that we have here is this could have been, it would have been a little clearer if we could have laid out the plan for the official plan with the email. So as it went out, if we had said, this is the draft, this is the first meeting, and then we have another meeting, and then we have other input, and lay out the plan a little bit, so that people didn't just get this plan, because the angst seems to be, people got the plan on Friday, said, oh my God, I want to do a report, I have to have it done by Tuesday, Tuesday night. If we had said, this is only a presentation part of it, piece, then we have these other steps. I think that would have solved a lot of the angst in the community, if we just had communicated what was happening here better. But I support what Councillor Hamilton was saying. I think it's sort of after the fact. I think we could have done a better job previous to the release. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And thank you for those insightful words. And I do want to say that the reason that we're now dealing with it is because we have a direct motion before us. Now, I just want to confirm, Clerk Sherbeck, do I need a 2/3 vote to put this on the floor? Before I go any further, I do have a list of members of council that wish to speak, and there's also a staff person. Am I at the requirement here procedurally to do a 2/3 vote to have a direct motion, or is that not what I need at this stage?
Right now, there is a mover and seconder for this direct motion. So the 2/3 vote to allow a direct motion was prior to this, but it didn't happen. So here it is with the mover and seconder. It's council's wish how to proceed.
Okay, so council, we do have a motion, a direct motion before us. It's been read. So within procedure, I'll move ahead and then in the vote. Okay, thank you, Clerk Sharbeck, for letting me know about that. I'm going to now go to Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's Councillor Townsend. With what Councillor Hamilton presented, you can actually use that as a guide for how to do any project, and it will potentially have minor changes. For example, you won't always have to have statutory notice, for example. You can do it in council. It's those kind of things, but at least it gives you some idea of a framework you can use and adapt as required, so that we have a go forward position. So it's not just for this particular initiative, but we can translate it to all. So that's my first comment. The second one is that even up till last night, I saw people posting, I just heard about this by word of mouth today. So it's not just a matter of sending the document out and then giving a plan. It's letting people know it's coming. And that's the point. You're right, Councillor Hutchison, that some of the comments I got was, oh my God, I didn't even realize this was a public, in quotes, meeting until I put it in quotes when I sent it, because it's a statutory requirement rather than just it's open to the public. So even that was confusing because they didn't understand. So the framework gives us one step, and it gives us perhaps a guide to go forward for other things. So we gain there, but also that whole communication of, we just can't throw it in a paper that not everybody gets. We just can't throw it on Facebook that not everybody participates in, or Twitter, etc. We have to do the best we can to get it out, whatever that means. And we're available to use. I think we've got more people engaged by what we put on our own Facebook pages than not. I don't think it was harmful. In fact, I think we got a lot of interest, and that's important as well. So use the tools that are available to us, right? But at least have the plan to do that and give plenty of notice to go forward. And that's on every item, not just the one tonight. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Now, I'm asking council for some latitude at this point. Clerk Sharbeck, I know there should have been a 2/3. I just want to make sure that we have this motion properly before us. Whether it's, we need to do a 2/3 vote first and then before us procedurally, I just want to always be correct. So Clerk Sharbeck, please guide us through this. And in terms of, do we need that 2/3 vote? Although we have a mover and seconder here, can we still take the 2/3 vote? Is it not necessary if we have the consensus of this council? Your words of wisdom are needed at this point, please.
Thank you. Through your worship. I don't think these will sound too wise, but we're at this point now where there is a motion on the floor, and council has to deal with that motion one way or another. You did ask for consensus to proceed with this, and I don't know, I would suggest that if anybody has an objection to proceeding with having a direct motion on the floor, that they advise you right away. And we can table this motion until such time as the 2/3 vote is carried out. And if council is, if there are no objections made clear to you, your worship, then I would take that as council's approval to proceed with the motion on the floor. How's that?
That's fine. I just don't want any issue with the procedure. So with that, the question is there any objections from members of council if we deal with the direct motion at hand? Councillor Shea, you have your hand up?
I do, and my intention was to speak to Councillor Hamilton's motion. I had a couple of points to raise, but I am uncomfortable with using consensus when we have a model of just taking a quick vote in front of us. I would rather do things according to the book, if that's all right with everyone.
That's why I'm inquiring. I always want procedural correctness. So with that, Clerk Scharbeck, that's one member of council, has identified that I did note that there was consensus from other members of council. Should council decide if there is a pathway forward,
Yes.
can we could you just describe that again as you've done already?
For
And then
sure.
we will go through it. Members of council, we'll just go through the procedural pathway forward. It is my best efforts to say to you, I would appreciate if we move forward that way. And I'm seeing nods of heads. Thank you. Clerk Scharbeck, please.
So through your worship, my understanding is that Councillor Shea, is it your intention to move that we table this motion until we have a 2/3 vote to allow a direct motion? Would you move that?
Sure, we have to table this and then do a vote and then untable it?
Yes,
We
because
can't
it
just do
has,
the 2/3 vote?
this direct motion has been moved
I
and
see.
seconded, so it has to be addressed. We can't just sort of leave it in limbo.
Okay, I move we table this until we've had a 2/3 vote.
Is there a seconder then? Councillor Hergert, are you seconding this tabled motion?
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Okay, Clerk Scharbeck, I'm going to call the vote.
Yeah.
All those in favor indicate with a check mark, those opposed with an X mark. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of this motion. Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hutchison, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Shea.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Councillor Hergert.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Councillor Townsend in favor.
Motion carried. Clerk Scharbeck, what would be the next pathway forward motion?
The next motion would be to bring from the table the direct motion of Councillor Hamilton. And then after that vote, we get to actually Councillor Hamilton's motion. So bring from the table the motion proposed by Councillor Hamilton regarding notice.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Shea, are you moving this motion?
I'll move this motion, but I wanted to clarify, does this need a 2/3?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
okay. Yes,
Sorry.
Clerk Scharbeck,
I
please.
think we tabled the motion. Now we have to vote on, are you allowing a direct motion? And what you can do is put two into one if you like that. If council allows the direct motion and that it be brought from the table for consideration, could be one vote. If it's council's wish to, if it's somebody's wish to move that.
So I wonder, Clerk Scharbeck, could you just read that motion and I'll ask Councillor Shea if he will move it and ask if there's a seconder.
That council hereby allows a direct motion presented by Councillor Hamilton regarding notice to be considered by council, and that the prepared motion be brought from the table for council's consideration at this time.
Councillor Shea, is that a motion you're prepared to move?
Yes, I'll move that.
Councillor Hutchinson, is that a motion you are prepared to second?
Yes, I'll second that. Councillor Hutchison.
Are there any questions? All those in favor then indicate with a check mark. Those opposed with an X mark. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of this motion. Councillor Townsend.
Councillor Townsend in favor.
Councillor Hergert.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Shea.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hutchison in favor.
Motion carried. Councillor Shea, you have your hand up.
Yes, I think we're now back to debating the initial motion.
Yes, that's
And I-
exactly the question I was going to ask the clerk
Yes.
for clarity for one and all. Clerk Sharbuck, where are we at in this procedural pathway?
Through your worship, we're exactly where Councillor Shea has suggested we are. Ready to consider the motion moved by Councillor Hamilton and seconded by Councillor Townsend that is brought from the table onto the floor for council's consideration.
There we go, and it's all procedurally correct. Thank you, members of council. Thank you, Clerk Sharbuck. Councillor Shea, I believe you have a question on this direct motion now.
Yeah, quick observation and a question request. The observation was that I understand a newspaper ad was taken out something like a month ago, it was several weeks ago. That would have been an opportune time, I think, to also post it on the website and also post it on Facebook. So I think we need to get all the wheels turning at the same time. And I think that's part of what this motion is intended to do and the plan that this motion is asking for. I did want to request that when this report is brought back to a future meeting to discuss a communication plan or communication strategy, that Jonathan Zettel be invited to attend as well. I understand that communication is a part of his job description, and that I'd like to make sure that we have his input and insight into these matters. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that, Councillor Shea. I do know that Coordinator Zettel is often listening in on the council and committee of the whole meetings. Madam CAO, a comment, please.
Yes, through Madam Mayor to Councillor Shea. Absolutely, communications is the primary part of Mr. Zettel's portfolio. So, and I believe he's in the meeting today, and if not, I know he listens to them. So thank you for that reminder and clarification.
Thank you. And it's really important to be proactive in our communication for certain, for members of the public for certain. Councillor Shea, anything in addition?
No, thank you.
You're quite welcome. Councillor Hergert.
Yes, thank you. So I have a couple just points to reference. Grey County did the Recolor Grey strategy. In doing that, they set out 10 little bullet points and said, here's a place where you can engage. Here's a place where it's going to come back to council. And just like visually gave, a communication strategy. And so when we think about communication, it's not just always written. There could easily be, a progress report type thing where people could see that they could engage. Also, we frequently have to do things subject to like the Municipal Act or the Planning Act, and those can be very legalese type documents. And so I almost wonder, we're trying to communicate with average people about their property and the zoning. And so, yes, we have to hit certain targets, minimum requirements, and standardized language. But I also wonder if we could bring that to the average person and say, what is the official plan? What does it mean to property owners? And is there a time for them to speak up? We say public meeting. Does that mean the public get to participate? We've had public meetings in the recent weeks where council had a lot of questions. And I also wonder if the plan, or in this case, the official plan, would be better served if council knew in advance that it was coming. And then we have that opportunity to amplify the message. But the timing, I totally agree with Councillor Shea. When this came out in the newspaper, we should have been hitting all media targets, right? And then that gives us a month as council members to broadcast that and to actually have a review of it prior to the Thursday or Friday afternoon, in this case, just before our meeting. Now, I also believe that this is a trend, this is a thread that this council, it's not just a pillar that we want to stand on. We really want to feel it, and we don't feel it yet. We don't feel that we have communication organized so that the public is getting it. So I think this is an area that we really need to focus. And to that point, I almost wonder if we've had a couple special council meetings over the last few months, and those come up as needed, as required. I almost wonder if it's worth taking and saying, Wednesday afternoon, whatever day, whatever month that is, one time a month, that we would have staff input, have this, these reports are coming, this is where we're at, not necessarily a council decision-making thing, just so we can hear that input, especially when we're not just popping into the office and hearing these things. So I appreciate, it's a unique time we find ourselves in. Council may have known about it months ago if we were able to just pop in and hear things, but that's not going on right now. So I wonder what kind of communication us as council could be getting maybe a little better, but and just earlier too. So my points were, Grey County Planning Department has this has used tools very similar to this that I think our planning staff at West Grey could utilize. Legalese, just if we could hit those minimum targets for notice, but also to bring it to the average person, the grade 6 level reading that everything else is going to be marketed towards, right? And then the timing, obviously just earlier. Yep, thanks.
Well, thank you for that. And certainly at the top of the discussion, when we talked about notices of motion, I did let council know that putting reflection on this and more work, but I would be bringing something forward dealing with notification and communication. That's something that we need to deal with anyway to improve that for our citizens. We do have a direct motion on the floor that's dealing with the official plan. And I think that's important that we address that component. We strive to always continue to communicate appropriately. There's many options that we can do in this regard. Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. This is Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. I think we've had a wholesome discussion, and I think all the points are valued. And I just wonder if we could call the motion, please.
Well, you happen to be the last speaker on the list here, and I think that's appropriate timing. So we do have the direct motion before us. Does anybody need it read again? Seeing none. All those in favor signify with check mark. Those opposed signify with an X mark. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of this motion. Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hutchison, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Shea.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Councillor Hergert.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
Motion carried. Now, I think that if at all possible, I'm just going to request through Madam CAO that we could have that motion before, or that resolution before us this evening. So we have that reference. Is that a possibility or not? Because I know council members would be asking the question, so I'm posing it first.
Through Madam Mayor, just to clarify, you're asking for a copy of the motion that was just passed?
Mm-hmm.
I can circulate that right now. I have it from Councillor Hamilton.
Wonderful. Okay. It's just a little forward thinking on that. Members of council, are we complete with item 18, the new business item? I take that as a yes. Item 19, addendum. Clerk Scharbeck, is there one or any?
Through you, Your Worship, there was one addendum to the agenda, and it has been addressed.
Yes.
It was a correspondence item from the Elmwood Community Center Board.
Nothing
So,
further?
Nothing further.
Thank you very much. Item 20, closed session incomplete items only. That, I believe, is an NA. That's right. It's been a long day. I'm just referring back. Item 21, matters arising from the closed session. That would be probably incomplete items only, I'm going to suggest. That would also be a further extension of that particular title. That is an NA. We are now on item 22, question period. Supervisor Hewlett, could you please read the notes in terms of participation on the question period, and then also let me and members of council know if there's anybody in the queue that has a question.
Thank you. Any members of the public wishing to comment during question period may do so in a variety of ways, similar to as mentioned earlier in the meeting during comment period. The first way would be by raising your hand. If you have joined us using the online meeting software, you would raise your hand by clicking the blue hand icon, usually located in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Alternatively, if you have joined us over the phone, you can press *9 to both raise and lower your hand. Following raising your hand, we can unmute you at the request of the mayor. The other option to pose a question during the question period would be to send a chat message through the software to myself, Cody Hewlett, Recreation Supervisor. If I may, Madam Mayor, I do see a member of public who has raised their hand, and I believe it is Sue and Lee Papineau.
Yes, I first want clarification that the questions have just been confirmed with the clerk. Just an inquiry there. This is questions that are germane to the agenda. Okay.
Yes.
Sue or Lee?
Hi. I won't keep you guys long. I know you must be burned and you're going back at it in a couple of hours. Councillor Townsend's discussion about the Economic Development Committee, he said that he's working with the CAO on a plan to put something together to welcome new businesses to West Grey. I was wondering, is there a plan or something maybe being put together to welcome new residents? We already have some of the first homes being built in the new subdivision here in Durham, and there are a lot of infill people, and I'm wondering if maybe is there a plan in place? Is there something that we as a community or as maybe one of the committees of council could put together to be able to provide them information on where to go, where to look for services, what West Grey has to offer, the community groups? I was just wondering if there's anything in the works for that.
Excuse me, Mayor Robinson, you're muted. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that transition period from the mic here to the mic here. Anyway, very interesting, insightful question. I do know that Madam CAO has a quick response.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Papineau, for your question. I'm going to tag team this with Mr. Hewlett as well, because he's involved in an initiative that helps to address that. As part of the economic development strategy that we're going to be starting to work on, that is a newcomers package, or a welcome package, is one of the items that had been discussed previously. So I'm hopeful that we'll get back to addressing that as well. So you raised an excellent point. Madam Mayor, if we could go to Mr. Hewlett to speak about the project that he's working on as well, that might be helpful.
Yes.
Thank you.
No. Supervisor Hewlett.
Thank you. And if I may bounce off of what Madam CAO had said, I've recently joined, and it's quite late in the day, so I can't even remember the acronym for the group, but it's a group in combination with Grey County, as well as a majority of the municipalities in both Grey and Bruce County, that focuses on how to welcome newcomers to the area. It primarily focuses on new immigration to both Grey and Bruce County, but it also focuses on newcomers to the area from wherever they may hail from. So with that, it's working with a number of different municipalities, and I've had the opportunity to pick some brains and get some ideas of how we can welcome newcomers to the area, and that's something that I hope to put in place in the relative future as we continue to work on projects.
Then well, thank you very much. And I tied that in, and it does make sense to have that addressed because it is new business and there are also newcomers to the area. So thank you very much, Sue Papineau, for the question. Very much appreciated. Supervisor Hewlett, is there anyone else that wishes to have a question responded to?
At this time, Madam Mayor, just taking a quick review of the dashboard, as well as looking through the chat. I am not seeing any members of the public wishing to make comment at this time.
Well, thank you for that. Item 23 then, and that is Municipal Act notices. NA at this time on this agenda, just confirmed with the clerk on that. Thank you. Item 24, adjournment. Clerk Sharbeck, could you please read the recommendation at hand?
Through you, Your Worship, the recommendation is that we do now adjourn at 3:53 p.m. to meet again on January 19th at 9 a.m. or at the call of the chair.
Thank you. Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson, are you moving this motion?
Councillor Hutchison moves the motion, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton, are you seconding the motion?
Councillor Hamilton, I second the motion.
All those in favor indicate with a check mark. Those opposed indicate with an X mark. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of this motion. Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hutchison in favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Shea.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Councillor Hergert.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Councillor Townsend in favor.
Motion carried. Just to let everyone know that does not know, we do have a special council meeting this evening at 7 p.m. It will be a Zoom meeting as well. Thank you very much for a very good discussion, a full day of discussion. And we'll see everyone back again for 7 p.m. And again, to our citizens and business owners, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
See you later.